Good afternoon. I declare the meeting open at 4 o'clock. I'd like to welcome the community and councillors to the May 26 OCM. Now, if anybody has telephones that are switched on or pages, would you mind just turning those off, thank you, or putting them on to vibrate? Right. Thank you. Are there any apologies at all? Oh. Are there any approved leave of absences or applications for leave of absence? No. Okay. Disclosures of interest. I have a disclosure of interest for item 9.1.1 North Street. The nature of my interest is my boundary joins to a section of North Street under consideration for roadworks, a roadworks upgrade. The extent of my interest is a perceived financial benefit to my property valuation. My interest is a proximity interest, and I understand as a consequence there is obviously a perception, and being a proximity interest, I'll be leaving the meeting and handing the meeting to my Deputy President, Councillor Beth Reuven. Now,
I have a declaration of interest in item 14.1, management of Rosedale Villages, but I'll read that out.
That's all right. Okay. So if there are no further declarations of interest, we'll move to public questions. Now, we've received some questions on notice, and I'll read those first, and then I'll call for other questions to be put. Mr Brian Foley of the Toodyay Progress Association asked the question: the Shire's April 2020 OCM agenda published on its website last month in relation to the direction of a new president was substantially different to the version presented to the council meeting. Was the incorrect version containing an unlawful recommendation approved by the acting CEO prior to the publication, and if not, who made the unauthorised alteration, when was it done and why, who provided the wording for the unlawful recommendation, and has any disciplinary action been resulted? The response provided is an error was made in the first publication of the April 2020 OCM agenda. The error was picked up and a correction was made prior to the OCM. The second question was, will Council provide the TPA a schedule of works completed and proposed for the fire mitigation works being carried out in the Shire? And the response is, please refer to the Bushfire Risk Management Plan available on the Shire's website, http://www.toodyay.gov.au/council/Shire documents. The third question is, does the Shire have a contracts register? If so, has the 60-day extension to the building contract of the Recreation Pool Centre been registered in accordance with regulations, and who authorised this extension of the contract? If Council did not authorise, was this person who extended this contract authorised to do so? If not authorised, what can and will be done to bring this extension into line with current regulations? And the response given was yes. A contracts register has been created for the recreation precinct construction. Contract variations are approved by the CEO in line with delegations ES 10 and ES 15. There are two more questions by Mr Foley. Did the 60-day extension increase or decrease the cost of this project? If there was an increase, is the project still within the original budget? Response given, no. The 60-day extension did not increase or decrease the cost of this project. The last question was, how often is Council given an update from the project managers / administration as to the building progress and actual costs versus budgeted costs? If longer than monthly, then in these final months of construction, the TPA believe they should be kept informed, at least monthly or fortnightly would be advantageous to understand any complexities in finishing this project. The response given was monthly reports from the project manager provided to Council on a monthly basis. There were two questions that were put in by Mr John Prater, but he's advised that he will be asking those questions himself. So I now call from the gallery, are there any questions that would like to be asked? Mr John Prater, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to congratulate everyone on their new positions and seats. I'm John Prater from 72 Sandplain Road here. I have just a few questions. I was a bit bewildered today after reading Toodyay Community News, a message from the President. So I thought maybe come and see President Madachi and to explain it. I know sometimes I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed and I don't get it the first time. So I thought I'd ask you a question. But my question is, and there's a little bit that goes in with this at first. Okay. The whole lot? Yep.
Yes, repeat that for
okay. John Prater, 72 Sandplain Road. I'd like to congratulate all the councillors on their new positions and seats. I know we're all here for the best for the community. I just want to get a bit of clarification on the Shire's community newsletter, which I do read and a lot of people do read around the town. It's very informative. A message from the President, which is yourself, President. I thought no better one to ask and be yourself. I was a bit bewildered and a bit frightened actually to come in here because I thought there was an elephant running around in here somewhere. But anyway, here we go. This month wish to address the way forward of this community. You have that there. The ageing elephant in the room, Toodyay, Long's history and local government has been the continual influence over political presiding over community interest. Could you tell me what you mean by that?
I think the ongoing history of conflict that has become within council and within the community has not been in the community's interest.
Okay, I do have several questions, part B to this one here as well. You stated in here the continuous has been Toodyay has limped forward, not prospered. And that sort of got me thinking and I thought, well, I don't know what you mean by limped. I've just straight away thought I've been involved for quite a few years and interested in what goes on in this town. And straight away, just into my head, what comes through, what's been done in this town by past councils is incredible. And where the word limped forward, you know, we have the school bridge, what was done. We have the bridge just over the railway line, what was done. We have Butley's Cottage, where we won a big grant for that there to be done. We have an IGA in town here, what other towns had killed for. With Vic Hotel, that's been going ahead with accommodation and whatnot. The markets, we have great markets. Men's Shed has come a long way. Best depot in any country town there is to be seen. The best, as far as I'm concerned, the best waste centre we also have. And we're going to have the best recreation centre for a long, long thing. Development, what's happening up at that school, the houses, the rates, what are going to increase from people building up there, what's going to help your budget. The entry statement's been done. Big events. We have the best events in the Avon Valley. We have the races, we have Moondine, we have the show, the gardens. All these events last year had record numbers. Record numbers. The Historical Society. We have the best museums for a small town in the land around here. They're incredible. They do a great job, not to forget the skate park. So can you please explain to me how we've just limped along?
It's interesting that one word has been picked out, which is limped. Limped is because if we look at over the course of time that councils have been here in Toodyay and what we've achieved, we have of course moved forward. I have acknowledged that. But have we moved forward in such a manner that we have reached the potential that we could have reached? Is that reflected in the town? And the question is, and I think you would accept that from within the community, and I think a lot of councillors would accept that we could have done better. And every council that comes adds to the combined resources and product of the organisation. I think the statement is self-explanatory.
Okay. A part C to it as well, if that's okay. Council has a revolving door, and some large mistakes have been made and opportunities lost. What mistakes and what opportunities have been? You know, I mean, this is pretty strong rhetoric here. Like, if you can, you know, tell us the mistakes with the past, mate.
Well, if we look back at our history, and I've only been here 22 years, we lost an opportunity with the observatory, not the observatory, the dish. We lost an opportunity with the bypass road, which has created problems now for us. So have there been opportunities lost? Yes. Have we made mistakes? I think that's self-explanatory over the time. We have made mistakes. That is to say that any council has sat and not made mistakes is just implausible. I think what I have said is an encompassing speech about the history of Toodyay and that we could move forward and do more. And yes, I do expect council to move forward and do more.
Okay, so you're quite happy with those remarks. You actually think that that will bring this council closer together?
I think what brings council together is honesty and being aware of the things we've done well and the things that we haven't, and addressing what we haven't done well and trying to do better. Yes, I find nothing to be gained by fooling ourselves.
Okay, I have some more questions, but I'll sit down and let someone else have a go, if that's anyone else.
Answers. Hi, Eric Twine, resident ratepayer. I've just got one question. The Toodyay Herald has recently on 3 separate occasions stated that the Department of Local Government has sent the draft of the inquiry report to the State Solicitor's Office to decide if any part should be withheld as evidence for prosecution. Somebody who probably knows the Local Government Act and the various regulations far better than any sitting councillor, that's not my words, has now said that the Solicitor General is examining the report to determine if any criminal action is warranted against staff or councillors. Not actually sure who the Solicitor General is, but yep. My question is in your opinion, these statements in their entirety factual?
Well, I can't speak for the editor of the Herald.
No, I'm asking if these statements are factually correct. I'm not asking what he wrote or how he found out about it or whoever, but I'm asking, in your opinion, who is in charge of the Shire, the council at the moment, are these not truthful, factual?
I have not been informed of such, but I can only say that that is the acknowledged normal process. So it's a normal process. I assume that's what he's responding to.
Well,
so if that's the awareness is at the State Solicitor's Office, which is part of a normal process. That's all I can advise at this time. That's all there is to advise.
And I asked the council makes an inquiry to the Department of Local Government, because when I was on council and not so much involved in the inquiry, but I actually talked to 3 different people during the inquiry, and I've talked to 2 different people after the inquiry, and it goes to the State Solicitor's Office. That's fine. That, as I say, and that's why I asked if it was in its entirety. But it does not go to see if there's anything for criminal actions against any staff or any councillors. Now, I'll leave that up to you to find out the real reason it goes to the State Solicitor's Office, and then you can report it back. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor. That is actually Councillor Twine. Oh, sorry.
3 times.
You've just been elevated. My apology, Mr. Twine. That is the actual process and the reason why the inquiry does go to the State Solicitors.
Sorry.
It's just a routine.
It goes to the State Solicitor's Office so that the State Solicitor can have a look and see if it is a legally correct document and that there is nothing defamatory in it so that the department could get defamation against them. It's got nothing to do with actually anything to do with criminal action against staff or councillors.
All right. Thank you. That was my understanding. Is there another question? Anybody else like to raise something? Mr. Prater.
Do I have to state my name and all that again? Okay. I've also in the little helpful magazine here, I've noticed some big changes what are happening down at the visitor centre down there. I would like to know the big changes what are happening. Were the paid up members of the visitor centre, which I believe the race club is one, and then there's other community events and whatever, and businesses and that there. Were they consulted on the changes and the floor space and all that there, what was going to be taken away from the presentation area, obviously? Was that a council decision or was that a CEO administrative decision? In other words, were all councillors informed on it? And how did this decision come about?
Mr. Prater, as an ex-councillor, you're aware that administrative decisions, and the visitor centre falls within that scope, are made by the CEO. However, within budgetary decisions, there is a reflection and that direction given. The rest of it, at the moment, is all a part of a budgetary process that is still occurring, and I can't speak further. Thank you.
Another question. Does the CEO have the power over the use of the buildings, the different uses of buildings? Like the library, couldn't send, and it wouldn't be right to send planning or something into the library. The library's the library. I mean, was it discussed or wasn't it? That's my question.
As I said, it's all part of the
Okay.
budgetary considerations, and administration is undertaken by the CEO. So the distribution is undertaken by the CEO.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Actually, if you just wait one moment, the acting CEO.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, so thank you for your question. And just to clarify, there's a couple of actions that the community has been made aware of. That is the review of services, and it's resulted in a movement of some staff. We've lost some staff. So what has happened is that because staff have moved on, there is space within the visitor centre. Now, I have a planning and development team that currently is accommodated in a donga, and it's leaking. So the first quote that I've received so far to repair that building and bring it up to scratch is $70,000. So I also have to make recommendations to council as to the best use of ratepayers' money. If I have a building that has become, has got capacity to accommodate this staff, it's only logical that that decision or that recommendation is put forward. So council have been notified, and by all means and purposes, the visitor centre will remain the visitor centre. It should still look and feel like the visitor centre. It's just that it will be a space that will be shared with another department. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, another question. Are the markets going to be coming back? Like the world's changing pretty quick. You only got to go down to Midland, it looks like business as usual. Are the farmers' markets going to be coming back soon? I mean, that is something what a lot of our community and locals earn an extra dollar out of and give produce, fresh produce. Is that going to come back soon?
As soon as we have state direction that we can expand to have that level of interaction in a public place, they will be resuming.
So we have a plan going forward with the organisations on events such as the Toodyay show, what will be coming up at the end of the year. Do we have a plan to accommodate that there and have that in our budget? Because at this stage it could be very possible that this goes ahead.
You're probably not aware, but the Toodyay Agricultural Show have decided not to proceed this year because of the uncertainty and the organisation required.
Thank you very much. My other concern is I see in here in the little magazine again that we've lost a couple of great assets in staff to our town. And what I'd like to know is how much staff have we lost over the last 4 months? I don't particularly really want to know why. All I want to know is how much we've lost in the last 4 months. We've lost Debbie Andrich, absolute asset to this town. Audrey Bell, been here, I believe, 8 years. Who's going to replace these people? And it is, I believe they're not the only ones that have gone.
Okay.
So can I have a figure on that?
Mr. Prater, I'll hand you to the acting CEO, and this will have to be your last question.
Oh.
So just to clarify, the review of services, we had to make some positions redundant. The total number of positions that were made redundant was 4. So after that, yes, there has been some movements in staff, but if staff see other opportunities in other places, unfortunately it's a loss for us, but we just have to wish them the best and support them in any way that we can.
So I have one more, just one more. Is this a result into budget pressure from the pre-elections that rates were not going to rise this year?
No.
So
Sorry, Mr. Prater. Question time.
I can come back, can't I? Because there's no end to question time now, I think, isn't there? Didn't they come through? Yeah. There's no end to it, so I can come back.
Is there anybody else who would like to raise questions at all? Thank you.
Afternoon. My name's Desert. I did recently hear that you spent $700,000 on a computer system, which you were advised not to spend the money on. The first person that got laid off was the person who advised you not to spend it, e.g. the IT specialist. A few people have gone since then. Is that a gross mismanagement? That's why these people are getting laid off, because you spent $700,000 on a computer system that's not compatible with any other computer system in local government around the neighbourhood?
I'll give you that to you to answer.
Yeah, so it seems that there's quite a bit of misinformation that has occurred in regards to the 700,000. So just to clarify, we're just changing our enterprise software. So we've been using SynergySoft. We're moving to a cloud-based system, which is called Datascape. The total cost of that is about 250,000 spread across three years. So that's the full contract period. So that's part of that 700,000. The other bit is 300,000 that was grant funded, fully grant funded, to upgrade the network system and upgrade the CCTV network. So that's part of that cost. Then Telstra also came to the table and funded about 50,000 worth of capital upgrades for the high-speed internet, because our services were going to the cloud as well. So there's been a lot of change, yes. 700,000 was invested, but the majority of it was funded through grants. The others were spread across multiple budget periods. So it's just a replacement of like for like with the enterprise software. That's what it is.
And I'm also wondering why we have quite a lot of inexperienced people at the top of the staff of the Shire.
I'm not really sure what that question is, because that doesn't reflect the staff that we have.
Yeah. What I'm saying is a few bad decisions are being made, e.g. laying people off and all that sort of thing, by people who've not spent a lot of time in local government.
I'm sorry, it's not a question that I can actually answer. What is your actual question that you'd like to?
That's okay.
That's okay. Thank you. Mr. Prater, I can see you have quite a amount there. Before you commence, can I just pause for a moment? Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me back. So with these job cuts what we've had and the housing increase we've had on the development over at the school, the capabilities, what I could understand from when I was on council, there actually should be a bigger rate collection this year, more rates actually coming through. And so the way I've worked out things, if rates aren't going to go up from last year, we should actually be in line for a rate cut this year. Is this correct? The council actually will be collecting more money this year, and how much more is it on rates like the new buildings with people, because it is flying over there, and how much is it? And so what that money there, so if we weren't going to have a rate rise, which last year I think there was you wanted another 2% off or 3%, is that 2 or 3% going to come off again as well as the extra money we're going to collect from the extra rates this year?
Well, just to clarify, if I can draw you back to the COVID-19 special meeting, Council met and they made a couple of concessions to the community in light of the crisis or the COVID pandemic. So one of the recommendations or the resolutions was not to increase the rate in the dollar. We would go ahead and implement the valuations, but would have to make sure that ratepayers were not worse off financially as a result of that. Then that's about it. Council is still in the process of going through the budget and deliberating. So in terms of the total revenue that will be raised, until that is brought up before Council, I can't discuss it publicly.
So, in other words, it's looking good for us at the moment, the possibilities that we're going to have a rate cut. I've just given you some ideas already where the extra money is going to be coming from. The loss of staff. Are you going to replace those people?
In terms of staff replacement, when you've done a review of services and positions have been made redundant, you can't then go and fill those positions. So budget questions, I'll have to defer to the next OCM to give the Council a chance to deliberate and make a decision.
Okay, I understand that. So basically we should have a bit more money in the pot this year. So pre-election, you really want to drop the rates, do the right thing. It'll take a lot.
No further questions? No. Right. So we'll move to confirmation of minutes. 5.1. Ordinary meeting of Council held on the 28th of April 2020. Does somebody like to move that these minutes will be accepted? Councillor Rayner has moved. Councillor Pearce is second. Is everybody in favour of moving them? There's no problem. Councillor Toodyay, are you moving or not? Yes. The ordinary meeting of Council held on the 28th of April has been accepted unanimously. Oh, my apologies. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I should know. Looking at an empty seat. The special meeting of Council held on the 14th of May 2020. Is there a move? The unconfirmed minutes, is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Pearce has moved. Is there a seconder for those? Councillor Chitty. Is everybody in agreement with the exception of these minutes? Show of hands, please. That's 8-0. Accepting the minutes. 5.3, agenda briefing held on the 19th of May 2020. That the notes of the agenda briefing be received. Is there a mover? Councillor Ruthin, second. Are you seconding Councillor Rayner? Is everybody in favour? Okay. 8-0. There were two confidential items. 5.4.1, held on the 28th of April. Well, actually, there's three within that. That the unconfirmed confidential minuted item from the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 28th of April 2020 containing the following items: 14.1.1 appointment of CEO, 15.1 review of services, 15.2 CEO position be confirmed. Is there a mover? Councillor Ruthen. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pearce. Is everybody in favour? 8-0. Then confidential item 5.4.2, that the unconfirmed confidential minuted item from the special meeting of Council held on the 14th of May 2020 in relation to item 6.1, report of the accuracy and completeness of information being provided to Council by the Shire President be received. Is there a mover? Councillor Greenway. Seconder. Councillor Hart. Is everybody in favour? 8-0. Right. We have a petition to be presented by Mrs. Lee Street of North Street, closure east of Fitzgerald Terrace. I do have, is going to be presented by Councillor Bell, and as stated before, I have an interest in this matter.
Thanks. As you know, councillor needs to present a petition to council. So I intend to present a petition in regard to the closure of North Street. It's containing 17 signatures. Now, this petition's in response to an ad that was put in a number of papers and in response to a council motion to go and seek community feedback regarding North Street. As you can see, it's the only petition available. There was no petition that came to us to keep it open. And the purpose for a petition is really just to gauge the community to use their own initiative to provide council with quite a concise feeling of where their position is on a single matter. So if you're looking for a concise way of understanding the community's feeling on the North Street closure, I would suggest that council read and accept this petition.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. There any motion for that? Oh, my apologies, I can't see. Okay, so my apologies. The council received the petition in relation to the North Street closure east of Fitzgerald Terrace. Is moved by Councillor Bell. Is there a seconder? Councillor Greenway. All in favour? There's 7. I'm not sure. I don't think I can vote on it. So that makes it 7-0. All right. In that case, 8-0 is just receiving a petition. Yeah. 8-0.
Excuse me, Madam President, can I turn the air conditioning down?
Actually, I'd be delighted. We're getting a little crisp on the edges here. I read somewhere that as long as I declared an interest in it, I didn't. Right, petitions, they're all done. No presentations, submissions. Right. So we've done petitions. We don't appear to have any delegations. Beg your pardon? And we don't have any presentations. Are there Are there any submissions? There's one. It's item 6.4 on the agenda. I believe the submission is by Lisa Robinson, and the submission sorry? It's excuse me.
Yeah, there is one written submission, so you could probably start with him and then read
Read it out. All right. We will come back to the written one and allow Mr. Roberts to proceed with his submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Jeff Roberts, 74 Jubilee Street, Toodyay. To the President and Council assembled, Madam President, I stand here not to garner favour from the wider community, but in some small way attempt to help our Shire Council achieve its best potential. I've chosen this course of action rather than resorting to expressing myself as others do in this community by way of media and social media, or those who contribute little and hide behind a shield of anonymity, whilst directing others in what I consider to be vexatious and frivolous manner that ultimately achieves nothing other than to split and fracture our community, even more so than it already has been. And having said that, I support your view as expressed with regard to the past and the future in the latest newsletter of Council. I preface my remarks and are prepared to stand corrected in that my understanding of the role of a Shire Council to be one, to be the hub of consensus of opinion of the ratepayers and occupants in this field of influence. 2, to create policies and enact legislation for the benefit of the community it serves. 3, employ a suitable officer, i.e. the Chief Executive Officer, who is the only member of the administration hired by Council, to bring into fruition to the community those policies and considered benefits. All this to be achieved whilst observing that of the statutes, in particular that of the Local Government Act, and also adhering to standing orders so as to provide clear and responsible governance. Having agreed in principle that this is the case, I request your indulgence to reflect and consider the following. Allow me to refer to the recent ordinary meeting of this Council, minutes held on the 28th of April 2020, that being in particular, and my reference is to confidential business item 15, review of services 15.1. These being an extract of pages number 48 and 49. From my perspective and in order, resulted in the resolution 151/04/20, followed by amending the officer's original recommendation. And this, I may say, is an important point. Following this process, the amendment becoming the motion, and after some debate, resolution 152/04/20, the motion was put and succeeded 6-3. Following this process, my question seeks to establish a clearly defined demarcation of the separation of powers. A, what is the Council doing whilst involved in a review of services that directly results in the undermining of the role of the Chief Executive Officer, who is engaged to perform such task, that is to hire and fire staff, whilst having the ability to carry out the direction of council. B, seeing the CEO has the task of hire and fire, and given all councillors have an understanding of this basic premise, the aforementioned resolution perhaps ought to have been a matter for budget consideration, rather than what seems to have been an ill-advised process at this time, having regard for the often touted need to gain savings in the expenditure of Toodyay's local government. Therefore, I submit, if the Council agrees with the basic thrust of the submission, perhaps it would make sense that it is not the role of the Council or individual councillors to micromanage the Chief Executive Officer and or her staff. I've heard comment that this is a demonstration of the new Council flexing its muscles, so to speak, supposedly correcting what appears to some people as reversing past attitudes. Madam President, I'm not arguing what has been done, but the way it's been achieved. After all, it is not Council's role just to govern, but be seen to govern without fear or favour. With respect, I am of the view that though this may seem to be difficult times considering COVID-19, I would strongly suggest that all councillors, both new and more experienced, take advantage of the training and advice available to make yourselves more acutely aware of 1, the Local Government Act, 2, division of powers, that is, Shire Council and Shire Administration, and 3, standing orders of the Shire of Toodyay. Finally, it is my fervent wish that our elected representatives succeed in their endeavours and provide continuity for this unique community, rather than as us ending up in administration by the state. By going forward with extreme care and due diligence, having regard for the hawks we have amongst us who would have you under constant examination. Madam President and councillors, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Prater, do you have a submission?
Is that on? Yeah. John Prater, 72 Sandplain Road, Toodyay. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. You stole a bit of my thunder there. Well said. Listen, I'm not going to go on long, but my submission is more out to the community, a wider aspect than just in this room. And I thank you very much, Council, for have the wisdom to make these meetings to be able to be viewed at home. So we do have that broader community what will be listening, and they will hear what I've got to say. So I will use this platform, and it was a bit the same as Mr. Roberts' down the line of social media. The social media in this town is fracturing the whole governance, friendships, everything. I look around this table there and I look at the councillors around here now, the staff. I don't see a bad person amongst us, to be honest with you. We're all here for the right reasons, but your opinion in different things is not the only opinion. And to air them on Facebook, where someone comes and jumps in on the conversation, not knowing anything about local government, which you people would know, there's a lot to know, and and you can't blame the public in a lot of different ways where they don't understand. And airing things out on Facebook is not the right way. I call to the public, the challenge out there is, you want to know something, email the councillors, email the administration. Line up an appointment to see a councillor. They will not bite your head off. Don't be frightened of them. They're just like us if you don't understand something. I'll tell you now, there's one thing floating around right now what I happen to know a little bit about, and that's why the CEO was getting his housing allowance. Well, I know that. I know why he was getting a housing allowance and all that there. Because it was costing us $500 to have a house suitable for him to live in this town. We had to do the maintenance to the property. It is cheaper to give an allowance and want them to move to town. What happens? They move to town, say the acting CEO is our new CEO, and we expected her and wanted her to live in town. We'd have to have a house appropriate for her. And it's $500,000. You work out the $500,000 on interest sitting tied up on property rather than tied up in our budget. Work it out. But ask someone who knows. Don't jump on Facebook and just start going on, and then the poor bugger that's just come into town or doesn't know much about our town or local government jumps on, he puts his little bit in, they put their, and next minute there's fraction, there's personalities would have been hurt, friendships lost. It is not on. Please, I ask the community out there, don't be a keyboard warrior. Get on. These people are sitting here for the right reasons, and I think they deserve your phone call or contact with them. They're busy people. It is not an easy job. It's a thankless job being a councillor. So people, give the people a break, the councillors a break, and lay off the Facebook, because the information, I've sat quiet for a couple of years, what you're getting on Facebook is not always correct. It is someone's opinion and they jump on board. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. Mr. Foley.
Yeah, hi, it's Brian Foley, Jules Poole. Two submissions to make. The first one is from the committee member of Friends of the Catholic Precinct, and it's in reference to Ben's 10.1. This has actually been written by Mick McEwen. I'll add a little bit at the end. I'm making this submission regarding the way that development approvals in the Toodyay Catholic Precinct are dealt with. Toodyay has been granted historic town status by the National Trust of Australia. The Toodyay Shire Council has recognised the importance of the precinct by the way of local planning policy LPP 20, which gives the area special precinct status and grants it statutory protection under the local planning scheme. The precinct is on the State Register of the Heritage Places as an important historical landmark with a striking architectural presence on the main street of Toodyay. The people of Toodyay's financial contribution for the construction of the buildings and the subsequent use of the buildings by the people of Toodyay in Western Australia have helped the town develop a strong sense of community. The future of the precinct is at risk and has been and remains a matter of extreme public interest. The attendance of several hundred people at the open day held last November was just one proof of this. Until now, Council has been involved in the decision-making processes relating to this precinct, and despite definitive undertakings that have been given, Council has also been excluded from consideration of planning and development processes. Past and present planning matters have been dealt with by the officers of the Shire using council authority that was delegated to them. And this was proven by the Avondown planning. We only found out when it was in the community newsletter. Nobody from the committee was involved at all. The time has now come for Council to accept leadership and change this practice by revoking the delegated authority as it relates to this site. Council needs to exert its authority over the developments of the precinct. Shire staff should not be placed in the odious position of having to carry the entire burden of responsibility for decision-making regarding this site. I urge Council to support the motions put forward by Councillors Bell and Greenway, both of which assert Council role as the appropriate decision maker and will allow Council to provide clear direction for the benefit of the community of Toodyay. Okay. And look, I've just also another submission, just an ad hoc one. Today I haven't been able to write it up. I presume I'm doing the right thing. Submission is as chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee, and I would like to see the council approve junior members of this committee. I've spoken to the Toodyay High School, and they are interested in getting a junior person on the committee. It doesn't have to be full voting rights. I know I spoke to Maria about it a few weeks ago, and she thought they may have had to have been 18. But I've gone through the local government legislation. There is nothing in there about age limit for people joining a committee. There is for council as 18, but not on any committees. So the high school are interested. I don't know whether we can do anything. They have a newsletter going out on Friday, but they need a write-up by tomorrow, and they will include that in the newsletter to see if any students are interested in joining the committee. So I may chat with Cobus in the morning and see what we can organise.
This is not really a submission.
No, it's not. That's what I said. I could get myself into trouble here.
You're getting yourself into trouble.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you,
I
Mr.
just
Foley.
didn't have time. So anyway, I just thought I'd let you inform the council of it, and I'll talk to Cobus in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Just before I move to Lisa Robinson's, are there any further submissions? No. Lisa Robinson has an item on the agenda, 6.4, as I said earlier. She wanted to address Council regarding item number 9.13, reconsideration of a 5-dog application, Lot 42 McNo Drive, Morangup. Now, Lisa addressed to councillors, to the CEO and councillors. Firstly, we would like to clarify the questions that were raised on Tuesday night. All the dogs are microchipped and vaccinated, and the 2 male puppies have been sterilised. Our oldest dog, Betsy, will not be desexed as she has tumours and the vet will not operate. She spends most of the time lying around. So the reality is, sadly, we may be down to 4 dogs sooner rather than later. Our youngest female dog, Bill, will be desexed as soon as possible, top priority. Our second oldest dog, Bella, will be desexed as soon as possible. She is a very placid dog, has never left the premises. Note, desexing of the 2 female dogs has not been done due to vet availability and our loss of income and reduction of employment due to the impact of COVID-19. The compound was repaired from the intrusion of the male dog prior to the initial application with the inclusion of 3 electric hot wires. In addition, we have a second large compound if we need to use it for the dogs. It must be said that all this information was supplied to you all via email during the initial application process. And if you are wondering why we are so upset and angry with the Council's initial decision, it is that it seemed by the tone and attitudes of some councillors that you did not read our submission and have treated our circumstances and the lengths we went to mitigate any risk was not without prejudice, and we felt nothing short of insulted. As also stated previously, we have been broken into twice. The kids' motorbikes were stolen, which was reported to Toodyay Police. Roger also works FIFO. As you know, policing is limited in the area. Property crime and suspicious behaviour has been ongoing in Morangup, and to this day no one has been caught. There is the justification for security. We have also lost all 19 of our chickens due to foxes, so that is the justification for vermin control. It was also disappointing that some councillors seem to be prepared to spend $15,000 of ratepayers' money and waste council resources if not approved tonight and returned to SAT. When the Minister for Local Government has recently announced a freeze on rate increases and charging penalties, when surely the elected members could use this money for more important matters. Again, we cannot stress we are not puppy farmers or animal hunters. The dogs are neither confined nor strictly supervised if they are out. We have a roster system, as one dog will spend the night inside the house when it is their turn. We love the dogs, they're a big part of our family and healthy well-being. We'd also like to thank Shire staff for the assistance and guidance in this matter. Oh, I have to just correct myself there. The dogs are either confined or strictly supervised. It looked like neither, if they are out. That is the end of this submission from Mrs. Robinson. Now, we now move to 7, business from previous meeting, if adjourned, which we don't have, and announcements by the presiding member without disclosure. Quite frankly, with the amount of information that's been circulating, I really have very little to announce, and so we'll just move on to reports of committees and their employee reports. 9.1, Planning and Development. 9.1.1 is North Street, which I've declared a proximity interest for, so I will be stepping out of the room and handing over to my deputy, Councillor Beth Rubin.
The officer's recommendation for 9.1.1 is the same as it was on the 25th of February 2020 OCM, and it is that Council, number 1, include construction of the closed section of North Street in its 2021 annual budget at an approximate cost of $95,000. Number 2, in accordance with Council Resolution number 1910612, advise affected residents that it intends to proceed with the construction of a road, and as a result, the temporary road closure will cease with effect from the 1st of July 2020. Number 3, any goods or possessions presently stored in the road reserve, should be removed by the 30th of June. Councillor Pearce.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
I also have an amendment. Is this the correct time to mention the amendment?
Seconder first.
Second first.
A seconder?
I'll second it, Madam.
Okay. Right. Councillor Rayner has seconded, sorry. Okay.
My amendment is point 1, as is stated in the officer's recommendation, point 2, as stated in the officer's recommendation, point 3, change to advise affected residents that any goods or possessions that are stored on that property to be removed by the 1st of July. And the 4th point is 1st of July 2020 should be removed. And point 4, require that the construction of the currently temporary closed section of North Street be undertaken during the 2020 calendar year prior to the commencement of the 2020-21 fire season. Beg your pardon.
Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Okay. So the amendment has been moved and seconded. Does anybody wish to speak for the motion, for the amendment?
I will speak for the amendment. In particular, number 4, there needs to be timeliness in any motion, and I think it's important that if we're going to construct this road, if this motion does succeed, that there is a time put on it, and that this is done for the 2020-21 fire session.
Councillor Rayner?
Madam Deputy, I'll just accept that amendment and put.
Would anybody else like to speak for the motion?
Is this the amendment?
The amendment, sorry. Would anybody like to speak against the amendment? Okay, Councillor Chitty.
Point 4. So Councillor Pearce's amendment will basically say that the road will be constructed in the next financial year. Am I correct? Yeah. I have a problem with that because I think there is a lot of roads in the Toodyay Shire that are far more important, that will affect a lot more people, that need to be constructed before North Street is constructed. You know, I can think of half a dozen off the top of my head that when we went on our road trip that were been touted for many years and put back and put on hold. I think if this motion were to get up, that point 4, well, I think point 4 actually doesn't help this motion get up at all, if in its entirety. So, no, I would not vote for this motion with point 4 in it at all.
Would anybody else like to speak against the motion? Or for the motion first? The amendment, sorry. No? Okay, so nobody else has anything to say? Let's put it to the vote. All in favour? Sorry, right of reply, Councillor Pearce.
Just listening to what Councillor Chitty had to say, yes, there are more important, possibly, roads that need to be repaired or constructed in Toodyay, but this is an issue that has been going on for a long time, and I think a timeline needs to be set for this road to be constructed.
Okay, let's put the amendment to the vote. All in favour? That's 4-3, Maria. And in favour is Councillor Pearce, Councillor Hart, Councillor Rayner and Councillor Ruthven. Against? Okay, that's Councillors Chitty, Greenway and Bell. Okay, so the substantive motion is now so we'll just give Maria a little time to get that updated. Right, so do I need to read out the entire motion? Yes, okay. So point 1 is, as in the officer's recommendation, include construction of the closed section of North Street in its 2020-21 annual budget at an approximate cost of $95,000. Number 2, in accordance with Council Resolution number 1910612, advise affected residents that it intends to proceed with construction of a road, and as a result, the temporary road closure will cease with effect from 1st of July 2020. Number 3, advise the affected residents that any goods or possessions presently stored on the road reserve should be removed by the 1st of July 2020. And point 4, which is the new one, require that the construction of the currently temporarily closed section of North Street be undertaken during the 2020 calendar year prior to the commencement of the 2021 fire season. Councillor Pearce, you happy with that? Yes? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. This has been an ongoing issue, and it's been before Council over a very long period, with many resolutions, rescinding of resolutions and changing of direction. The cost to the ratepayers has been enormous, with staff hours on preparing reports, researching OCM minutes for historical data, visiting the sites, advertising, councillors' hours, legal costs associated with the resolutions, and costs dealing with SAT appeals. Please bear with me because I've got a few things to say. I carefully read the officer's report from the February council meeting. The section on risk implications. Councillor Bell obtained clarification from the Manager of Works concerning the 2012 fees report in relation to fire access requirements. The Works Manager indicated that the 2012 report would not be valid today based on the current guidelines for planning and bushfire-prone areas. The Manager of Work also indicated to Councillor Bell in the same email that using the guidelines, these identified the minimum width for emergency access was 6 metres, and the section of Fitzgerald Terrace between North Street and Colette Way does not meet this criteria. This information was also provided in the February report, and I quote, Fitzgerald Terrace, adjacent to Lot 2, has a poorly accessible narrow track connecting North Street to the contrasted position of Fitzgerald Street and Colette Way. The track is not the required standard of emergency access way as per the planning in the bushfire-prone area guidelines. It's too narrow, no turnaround, area at the cul-de-sac and not signposted. The other section in the Office report from February was the financial implications. The Manager of Works provided Council with the following estimated costs. Option 1 was to construct North Street at $95,000, or Option 2 to construct Fitzgerald Terrace at $110,000. Neither of these included the cost to purchase land. Truncations were required for roadworks, nor the relocation of the western power poles on Fitzgerald Terrace. I have a question here for the Manager of Planning. When we visited the site last Tuesday, a question was raised, is there a possibility that if Fitzgerald Street was to be constructed that the power poles would be moved? My understanding that you thought that there was a possibility. Is that correct?
I think, that was my response. I do, however, feel that the Manager of Works and Services is better placed to answer that one. He's not present this evening, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Because that issue flagged concern with me about the potential costs of relocating power poles, and I asked an opinion of a Western Power project manager, just for his opinion, what he thought the potential cost would be if it was required for 5 poles to be relocated. The very rough estimate he gave me was $50,000. The officer's report from the OCM stated, considering the history and the fire access and egress issues present, this situation does need to be resolved with constructing 1 or 2 options. Council had the officer's recommendation put to it in February 2020, and this was read a moment ago. An amendment or a motion was passed at the meeting to defer this recommendation to the May meeting, which is today. And the meeting said that Council authorises the CEO to undertake a formal community consultation progress regarding the construction of the temporary closed section of North Street for a period of 35 days. The consultation process was placed on the Shire website, and this was the wording. The Shire is seeking feedback from the community and stakeholders regarding the future status of a portion of North Street where it intersects with Fitzgerald Streets and Collette Way to Picnic Hill Road. The Shire is currently investigating the option of closing a portion of North Street. 2 options have been put forward for your consideration. Councillors, neither of these options aligned to the resolution that was passed at the February meeting. In seeking clarification from the acting CEO, it was indicated that the advertising was done above and beyond what Council required. The acting CEO also sought clarification from the Manager of Works, and he basically said that it did not make sense to go to a public consultation only seeking comment on the officer's February recommendation. If Council decided to permanently close North Street, then a formal process for a road closure will then have to be initiated. This was commendable of the officer, but it was not per Council resolution and in effect preempted Council decision process. It was mentioned that 2 options were put to Council in the February ordinary Council meeting, but neither of these options were actually stated in the advertisement. Moving on, 16 submissions were received. 18 were received for the option 1, as per the map, to close the 2 sections of North Street. 10, maybe 11, were from community members.
Point of order. You only get 5 minutes.
Sorry, I haven't been timing it, so has anybody been timing it?
Well, I'm not aware that I have 5 minutes to speak. Okay. Right. Okay, in that case...
Point of order, it's been more than 5 minutes.
Thanks, Councillor Pearce. You'll get more time at the end.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rayner, would you like to speak?
Can I reserve mine, Madam Deputy, and speak later?
Sure. Would anybody else like to speak on the motion in favour? Thank you. Councillor Hart.
One of the things that I understand about bushfires is a case of not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. Let's apply the same logic to where it's going to happen. It's not a case of if it's going to happen at that end of North Street, but when it's going to happen at that end of North Street. One of the things that concerns me is that under some bushfire configurations, and I must admit I feel this particularly also where I live, that under certain bushfire conditions, I may have no way of getting out. The same can happen at that section of North Street. If somebody dies as a result of this
section of road not being constructed, I will not be able to live well with my conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Would anybody like to speak against the motion? Councillor Bell.
I live in a cul-de-sac. It's about 1.5 kilometres long. I'm at the end of the cul-de-sac and I have no exit whatsoever. There was a bushfire there at the start of that street on Sunday. Do you know that that road, which has 10 times as many residents as North Street, doesn't even appear on the schedule for maintenance for the Shire? So apparently, 3 residents here are concerns for this Shire to spend $100,000. Other places like my street, which holds 10 times the residents, doesn't get a mention. Now, going back to the actual thing, we don't have any recommendations from any fire department that says it's at risk. What we have is, we have an officer saying that if you were to build that road today, it wouldn't meet. The same applies to housing. You can't retrospectively apply laws. So if you build a house that's compliant with the law at the time it's built, you cannot then force new regulations on it. Similarly, you can't go to a road and say, if I was to build this road now, that all roads in the Shire has to be up to current road specs, because most of them won't make it. That road was compliant at the time that it was built, therefore it's considered compliant. No one showed me anything from any fire department that says that there's any fire issues there, and this is how much of a concern it's been. That road's been closed to vehicle traffic for at least 10 years, and at no stage in 10 years has anyone raised a fire issue. Right? In fact, there was a fire there a couple of years ago and the fire trucks turned up. There was an ambulance needed there and an ambulance turned up. There has been no evidence from anyone or any emergency service that says that that road's not decent. And putting a time limit on how quickly you have to get this done seems bizarre. It's been closed for 10 years. Your car hasn't been able to drive on this for 10 years. I don't understand why we suddenly have to push this thing through. It just seems like even before we walk into a budget, we're saying we need $100,000 spent here. And it's wrong to say that the 2 options, well, no other option is going to cost $100,000. No, one option costs 0. By not voting for this office recommendation, the cost to the council and the Shire is 0. Because this recommendation doesn't have an alternative. It doesn't say this or this. It says you build the road or the status quo stays. Now, if the status quo stays, the cost to the Shire is 0. What you're actually doing is committing the Shire to spend $100,000 on a road that's a low priority at a time when we have no money.
Councillor Bell, would you keep your voice down a bit, please? You don't need to shout.
No, there is no limitations and nothing in the standing orders that says I can speak in any tone I want. Right? So this is what you've got. You go out to the community and you say, give me your feedback. And they say, here's your feedback in the form of petitions and letters. And you go, you know what? I don't really want your feedback because I'm going to just read the officer recommendation and say, fire. And with that, no one's going to question it because it's fire. The fact is, petition signed by everyone who lives on the street. So the people who are actually affected by what you're concerned about want the road closed. So you've gone out, you asked the residents, what do you want? And the residents have said, we don't want it open. They've raised no concerns, and yet here we are debating to spend $100,000. This is just bizarre.
Anybody else like to speak on behalf of or for the motion? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I've been on council for a fair few years, and council has in the past sidestepped a lot of issues that we should have done, including rate reviews and crops and what else. This has been going round and round for about 20 odd years. Toodyay West Road, North Street was in the Toodyay West Shire town site in about the 1850s. That's when it was first gazetted. The actual block, which is Lot 2, was subdivided in about 2010 by the McGlue family, and then Streets applied for a house to be built on the pad that was already there, which was close to the road. Now, I think the Road Act issue is the main problem, that the house is too close to the road and the dust from the road would be a problem. But it didn't matter where you looked on that block. You couldn't get the planning application for 50 metres from any boundary fence. It didn't matter whether you put it anywhere on the block. There's nowhere in the planning policy would allow you to put it anywhere without coming back to council to get it. Because the pad was already there, that's where the application for the building licence was put. It was approved, but the road is still there. Has been there since about 1850. But in saying that, Fitzgerald Terrace wasn't going right through from, it only went as far as Everett Street back then. And then a track, when the subdivision went through, the track was pushed through for Fitzgerald Terrace to meet North Street at the western end. In the officer's recommendation, as Councillor Pearce said, the acquisition of land to make it compliant was not included in the actual recommendation from council, and also the movement of power poles to make it wide enough. I believe that the 110,000 that was quoted was way below the actual cost of constructing Fitzgerald Terrace, if that was the way they were going to go, because that was the other alternative other than close North Street and use Fitzgerald Terrace. Then you've also got the people at the western end of North Street from where the rubbish truck goes. Those people pay for a rubbish service and they cart their bins down to the road to get collected because the rubbish truck can't go up there. If North Street was constructed, the rubbish truck would come straight up and go along North Street, turn down Collett Way and then go down Fitzgerald Terrace and Everett Street. So there's a lot of pluses for it. It's not just the fire, as Councillor Bell said. There's a lot of other people that would be advantaged by having the road constructed. And as the ad said, the east section of North Street, if we went to construct a road there, that would be the dearest road in the state just about, because you'd have to put a bridge over the ravine and then you're that, so that is out of the question. But I believe that this recommendation that North Street be constructed and go down, upgrade Collett Way as well at the same time.
Thank you to Councillor Rayner. Would anybody like to speak against the motion? Councillor Greenway.
Yes, I'm speaking against this recommendation. Listening to Councillor Rayner's comments, I think putting aside the 18 submissions or 17 submissions received, as Councillor Bow just spoke on, and they're all in favour of closing North Street, putting aside all the past history on North Street, which has a lot to do with this discussion all the time, we need to put that to bed and just look at what's on the table, not the people involved or the past history or the last 19 years or however long this has been going on for. Looking logically at the spend of ratepayers' dollars, in my opinion, and as shown on the map supplied, which we've all seen, which has been supplied by management, the best use of any dollars that we're going to spend to assist the majority of ratepayers in that area, 19 of which are in that petition, would be to close North Street, put the effort into Fitzgerald Terrace and run it straight along. It's just common sense. It's a straight run right through. That's what I'm saying. Putting aside everything else, the best use of our ratepayers' dollar would make it a clean run down North Street, Fitzgerald, and out onto Picnic Hill Road. I too live in an area, and I live in West Toodyay, and I live in Francis Street, and I'm in the old subdivision like this area here is. I have no way out at all. So I understand, as Councillor Bell and a lot of us live in that sort of region, but we need to put any other discussion on the people involved and look at the dollar spent and the best effect that we can have to give to the ratepayers that live in that area. And I'll say it again, in my opinion, it is to close North Street at that end where it meets Collett Way, rubbish trucks and everything else out of the picture, run North Street down Fitzgerald, and to make the statement that it's going to be the most expensive culvert in the whole of WA or whatever it was you said, I think is just sort of out of the picture. It's a road that might need to be done. We might have expenses there, but in the long run it's going to be the best turnout for the people that live in that area. So I'm voting against this officer's recommendation.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak for the motion? Okay, I will. Right. Where do I start? The petition, first of all. Many of the petitioners or the people who've signed this petition are double-ups because there are two people who live on one property. Some of them are not affected by this issue. And if we look at the list of submissions that we have been provided by the administration, the number of people not affected, I think, outweighs the number who are. Many of them, or several of them, use to support their argument a 2012 FISA report, and they totally ignore more recent reports and recommendations on the safety of the area. A couple of them refer to the sealing of the portion of North Street, and one actually says that that's what he was told when he was asked to sign the petition, and he refused to sign it. Sealing was never mentioned in the officer's report or the advertisement. Okay, most refer to the effect on an established residential property rather than the safety of others in the area, and have not sought up-to-date information, re-safety or costings. As far as Councillor Bell's comments were concerned, we're not looking at other roads, we're looking at this one. And as you say, it's been going on for 20 years and it needs to be dealt with now so that it doesn't keep coming back. Yes, there might be a lot of roads in the same situation, but we are dealing with this one, not the others. They can come up at another time. And you said that there's no evidence to say that it's dangerous, but I would point you to the notes in the of the agenda briefing, information provided post-meeting, where it says, in relation to the question, I think Councillor Greenway asked the question, if this had not come back to Council, were there any issues for fire risk in that area as far as the current situation was? And the information provided is, there is a bushfire risk in the Greater North Street Fitzgerald area. This group of residential properties was assessed as extreme, which is the highest, as part of the Shire's Bushfire Risk Management Plan adopted by the Office of the Bushfire Risk Management in 2019. Now, also in 2019, and Councillor Bell, you weren't at the agenda briefing, or you would have heard this then, in the documentation that was produced...
Point of order. Firstly, that's adverse reflection, and you're going to apologise for that at some stage. Secondly, the local government only allows you to make decisions on information that's provided at this meeting and not at any other meeting. So if you're going to use information provided at another meeting to make a decision, that's also against the standing orders. So...
Can you tell me where in standing orders that is?
What, the adverse reflection?
No. I don't believe it was adverse reflection. I was making a statement of fact. You were not at the meeting.
Are you going to give the reason why, or we're not going to go down to the fact I had a medical procedure? Or we're just going to ignore that? Secondly, the Act only allows you to make decisions on information that's provided to as part of the agenda. It doesn't allow you to use information provided at other meetings.
Can you tell me where that is in the Act?
You're the Shire President, Deputy. You should be able to turn to it.
Can somebody in the administration point me in that direction? No. Right, okay. Well, back to my points. The matter's been going on for a very long time. There is no written evidence anywhere that says that that section of road was going to be permanently closed. It was always temporarily closed, and the residents are aware of that. As from the visit that we made to the area, the section of Fitzgerald Terrace will be a very, very expensive area to repair or to produce a navigable road, whereas North Street is a shorter piece of land. It has trees to be removed, but it does not have power lines to be removed. And there are fewer rocks in the North Street area. The guidelines in bushfire-prone areas talk about cul-de-sacs, which is what Mr and Mrs Street have suggested, is that turning Collette Way into a cul-de-sac would work. However, they seem to have misunderstood what E3.3 in the guidelines for planning and bushfire-prone areas says, and that is, in bushfire-prone areas, a cul-de-sac subdivision layout is not favoured because they do not provide access in different directions for residents. In some instances, it may be possible to provide an emergency access way between cul-de-sac heads, okay? Between heads. There would not be another head. To a maximum distance of 600 metres, so as to achieve two-way access. Such links must be provided as right-of-ways or public access easements in growth to ensure accessibility to the public and fire services during an emergency. Okay, that's the guidelines for planning in bushfire-prone areas. The strategic review of bushfire policy that was provided to the Shire says in 5.4, inspection of emergency...
Point of order, you've gone over 5 minutes. I have been timing.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak against the motion? Councillor Toodyay.
We've got a motion here that all it says is including to construct North Street in accordance with resolution blah, 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 and point 4. We're not talking about cul-de-sacs. We're not talking about someone else's recommendation. We're not talking about even constructing Fitzgerald Terrace. All we are talking about is constructing of North Street. You're talking about fire, fire access and, being safe. We have got maybe, I guess, probably 400 residents who live in Toodyay who live in areas that have only one exit. We've got Hassan Place, Francis Street, Avon Terrace, Deepdale Road, Mountain Park subdivision, the whole of Mountain Park subdivision. Waters Road, 8th Road, Walkie Close. Now only to name a few roads. My theory was here, if you, we'd say we were going to construct North Street, we'll be swamped with applications from lots of other people who live on Francis Street, say. Councillors, Greenway's here, Francis Street, wanting us to construct roads out of their areas. And And I 100% agree with Councillor Bell's argument that is this a good spend of ratepayers' money at this time? $100,000, and that's probably going to be $120,000 or $30,000. So, and there is Leeming Road, there is Hall Road, there is Chatcup Road. I can name lots of roads in the Newell area that have been there for probably as long as North Street has. And they've had very little done to them, and they have massive big trucks going over them, carting grain, carting...
Point of order, we're actually talking about North Street, not all those other roads.
Yeah, what is the point of order? Whereabouts in the standing orders does it say I can't liken North Street to other ones, other streets?
Okay, I think you've likened enough. Thank you.
I'm just trying to think of other roads now, but I can't. And like Councillor Greenway said, we really have to put personalities aside, we have to put people aside, we have to put what is best for the ratepayers of Toodyay. And the ratepayers of Toodyay, what is best for them is not to construct North Street. It is not to spend $110,000, $150,000 on North Street this year. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Okay, everybody's had their say, so back to Councillor Pearce for right of reply.
Yes, I've listened to quite a bit of what had to be said. Councillor Bell said we can spend zilch dollars by closing this road. We still need to provide fire access. That is an important area. We do need to have fire access.
Point of order, personal explanation. I didn't say anything of the sort. I said that the motion required a decision to build the road and no decision to take any other action, and therefore the cost of not supporting this motion had zero cost.
Yes, that's what you did say. The officer's report said there needs to be a solution to this to provide. I'm saying what the officer, you're saying that we don't need to do this. But the offer...
Point of order, personal explanation. I was just debating the matter, the motion as it stands. I wasn't making any reference outside of the motion that currently is before council.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. You've had your say.
As a point of order, I can do these all night. There's no limit, and there's no time limit on how long I can speak to a point of order either.
Councillor Pearce.
Yes, there was a comment by Councillor Bell about we asked for community consultation and then we're going to ignore community consultation. A number of those community submissions that were presented to council by people were not affected by the issue of North Street. So I'm not sure how valuable councillors need to take on board what those consultation resulted in. Councillor Bell also mentioned about a petition. People on that petition would double up. So we have 12 people, 6 from the same residence, when we're talking about that. This issue has been going on for a long time. It needs to be addressed. I see that we need to do something that benefits the whole community in that area, all the people affected, to provide them with access to fire and emergency, to use what is there available now in the least cost ways of producing a road. If North Street was not constructed, the people in that area would not have a suitable fire access, and that's what we need to be concerned about. Emergency fire access. Councillor Rayner spoke about the issues with a resident that has close proximity to North Street. Talked about dust, privacy, etc. Those things can be addressed by a fence if they wish, as was one of the conditions in the resolution in 2012 to erect a fence. We do have, at the moment, an arrangement where we have financial constraints and we're in budget deliberations. This is something that does need to be done. I take on board what Councillor Chitty said, that there are so many roads that have problems, but does that make this correct, that we should ignore this one just because there are over a number of roads in our Shire that don't have emergency fire exits? We have an opportunity to fix something now, and we should fix it.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour of the amended motion? That's 4, Maria. Against? 3. The motion is carried. So let's get Councillor Madun. For Councillor Badachi's benefit, the motion to build the unconstructed section of North Street has been carried.
Right, we move on to 9.12, proposed road name, Avondown Place, Catholic Church Precinct. Right, the officer's recommendation is Council recommends to the Geographical Names Committee that the new road created as a part of the Catholic Church Precinct subdivision, West Australian Planning Commission reference 155679, be named Avondown Place as detailed in attachment number 1. Can we move that up a little bit, or no? Right. Okay. So, thank you. Councillor Rayner has moved that motion. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Greenway. Actually, I had my eye on. Can I have a show of hands of those that support the motion, please? Oh, I stand very, very corrected. I've totally lost my bearing where I was. Do apologise to everybody. Thank you. No, I'm right. I'm good. I'm just totally in a different plane there.
Okay. Madam President, this motion's only moving that the new constructed road coming off Gamelling Road near the bridge, which I don't know how it got through the Main Roads Department because it's so close to the bridge, but we're only naming the actual bit of road that goes off Gamelling Road into the back of the precinct, which is behind all the buildings. So Avondown Place, I believe it's been known as Avondown for many, many years, and I think it's probably a very good name. That's all I've got to say.
Councillor Greenway, do you want to speak?
No, I concur. It all makes sense. It's what it is, so let's call it what it is.
Are there any questions or clarifications? If there's no questions or clarifications, we'll... Sorry. If there's no questions or clarifications, would the mover like to speak to the motion? No? Yes, I know, but it's all right. I'm still totally off. So can we please put this to the vote then? Thank you. All those in favour? It's carried 8-0. My apologies for that. I don't know where my brain was there for a second. I thought I was totally back moving minutes. Right, we move to item 9.1.3, reconsideration of a 5-dog application of lot 42 McNoe Drive, Morangup. Now, the motion is that Council, pursuant to section 31(2)(c) of the State Administration Act of 2004, advises the State Administrative Tribunal that it has reconsidered the reviewable decision, matter number CC 222/2020, Robinson versus the Shire of Toodyay, by resolving to set aside its decision of the 28th of January 2020, resolution number 03/01/20, and substituting it with the following decision. That Council grants approval to Ellie, I think that's Robinson it should read, for the keeping of 5 dogs at lot 42 McNoe Drive, Morangup, subject to the following conditions. All dogs must be confined to the property and kept under control by the following means: fencing and gates on the premises or a portion of the premises where the dogs are to be contained must be of a suitable type, height and construction to prevent the dogs at all times from passing over, under or through it, or B, an approved electronic confinement. Sorry, it's just the way it jumps. I think right. It's just the way it reads, sorry. 2, any proven complaints regarding the dogs offending against the Dog Act of 1976 may result in the permit being revoked and the number of dogs having to be reduced to a maximum of 2 within 14 days. Number 3, all dogs must be registered and registration must be maintained. 4, the approval only applies to the following dogs: Bella, a Rhodesian Ridgeback; Betsy, a Basenji; Boof, a Staffy Cross; Baz, a Staffy Cross; and Billy, a Staffy Cross. 5, upon the death or disposal of one or more of the above dogs, the number of dogs permitted will revert to the lesser number. 6, the local government needs to be notified in writing of the dog's details and any change to details. This includes change of address and/or change of ownership. Right. Is there anybody who would like to move that motion? Councillor Chitty. A seconder? Councillor Greenway. Councillor Chitty, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. I think we just need to heed the officer's comments here, and I certainly don't want to spend another $5,000 to $15,000 of ratepayers' money. The possibility of this going, will be even more probably, with this going back to the SAT or even further. I think yeah, I just think we need to vote for it this time. Yep.
Councillor Greenway, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I understand that there is no stakeholder consultation second time round after something's been to SAT, correct? And there's if we were to return, or if we were to affirm our original motion, then we have a chance of it going back to SAT, which, as Councillor Chitty has just said, could incur anything between $5,000 upwards, because one of our officers, this was pointed out at the briefing, that we could not have one of our officers attend because they have already attended. That's why the costs would come in. That's correct? That's correct, yeah. So for these reasons, I'm voting, well, I'm supporting this. It's a decision that we made, our decision. It went above us, it went to SAT, it's come back to us, so I think that decision made, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions or clarifications? Councillor.
I've just got a question. Councillor Greenway said because one of our officers attended, but could a different officer attend and not have the cost? That's my question to the officer.
I will defer to the Manager of Planning. I keep calling you the acting CEO. Manager of Planning, Cobus Newborn.
Thank you, Madam President. I think what I said at the briefing was that I couldn't present this case at SAT because I made a recommendation to approve the application, and therefore if this goes to a full SAT hearing, I would be a compromised witness. It is true that council can send any other member of staff. I think it may also be an opportunity for councillors to represent council at SAT as well. That is possible.
Any other questions? One moment. Do you have a question or clarification? One moment. I actually do have a question. Again, I defer to the Manager of Planning and Development. My question is, the way the officer's recommendation is written, I am assuming that when the animals are not in the house, they must be confined. Is that the correct interpretation of how this is written? Or only when the owners are absent from the property?
I think the Dog Act and Council's dog local law clearly states that the dogs has to be under the control of the owners. That is certainly not something I think we can police 24/7. But that is, I think the intent is there that those animals be under the control. There's also a requirement that the property is suitably fenced as well to contain the animals.
So further to that, my understanding is there is only the compound, and there's a larger compound that they have also put in now. Is that my understanding?
That is correct. There is an existing compound. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the original report it referred to 50 square metres. My understanding is there is a second compound, which is larger, but the size of that compound has not been disclosed to me.
Thank you. Councillor Rayner, would you like to, if there's no further questions or clarifications, would you like to speak to have the closing?
No, Madam President, I'm not going to speak to closing. I'm just going to speak because Councillor Chitty and Councillor Greenway moved and seconded. I'm just going to speak because with their submission that the Robinsons gave us earlier in the meeting, it gave us more information on what the dogs were, because in the original, in the officer's recommendation, it doesn't say whether Buffy and Bazzy and Billy are all sterilised now, and so is Bella. So that further information states that they are making a general attempt to minimise the reproduction of dogs, and the other dog, as the lady said in her submission, had tumours and couldn't be sterilised. Also, they are of the understanding that should one dog be disposed of or die or pass on, or that the application would reduce to the lesser number of dogs, which then if they require 5 dogs again, they have to reapply under the law of the Dog Act. So I believe they're having a genuine go at controlling these dogs.
Councillor Chitty, would you like to have the closing remark? Sorry? Oh, sorry. Any more for or against? There's
Let's put it to the vote, thanks.
Yeah, okay. We'll put this to the vote then, please. All in favour of the officer's recommendation? Sorry, there is... Sorry, can we do it again? 6-1. Sorry? 7-1, yeah. God. We move to Corporate and Community Services 9.2.1, Corporate Business Plan 2022 Annual Review. Now this item has been brought to Council. The officer's recommendation is that Council adopt the Corporate Business Plan 2022 as attached. Councillor Pearce.
I would like to move that we defer this to a workshop. There have been many changes in our situation in the last month, and having read this plan, there seems to be some things need to be looked at and amended.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Greenway has seconded that this matter be deferred to a workshop with Council? Certainly.
Is there a time limit that this has got to be submitted to or reviewed by 31st of June, is it?
Yes, so a local government we're supposed to review a corporate business plan every year. So if we don't review it by the 30th of June, we'll be non-compliant in that area. So one of my key recommendations in the officers' reports is that we start with the review. We bring forward the review of the community strategic plan to 2021, FY 2021, because we're limited in what we can do with the corporate business plan in terms of a desktop review. So all we've done is just reported on the activities that we should have undertaken in the financial year and whether they need to be deferred or not. If there is any major change that will happen within the corporate business plan, first of all, what needs to be reviewed is the community strategic plan, and then that will require consultation with the community. So you are absolutely right that there is major changes, but because we're limited in what we can review within the corporate business plan, we just need to do a minimal desktop review just to meet the requirements of legislation.
Anybody else have any questions or to this decision, or do we have support to put this, that we defer to a workshop with council? There's no questions. Councillor Pearce.
Well, having listened to the acting CEO's explanation, perhaps deferring this might not be the correct thing if we're committed by legislation that we have to do something by the 30th of June reviewing it. So perhaps I will withdraw that we put this to a workshop.
Councillor Rayner.
Madam President, through you to the manager, acting CEO, we could adopt this corporate business plan and do amendments later on, as long as we actually adopt this now and be compliant, and then we can do amendments later on. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor Rayner. The requirement is to have at least one review every year, but you can review it as many times as required.
Any further comments? No. All right. So is there a seconder to withdraw? Sorry, Councillor Greenway, do you accept that the workshop is withdrawn, the deferral to a workshop is withdrawn, or do you want to retain that?
I'd like to retain it. I really would like to just have a bit of time, just have a bit more of an update on actually what's going on, because there is a lot going on and moving quite quickly, and I would just like to have this on the table, just this, have a look at what's happening. That's my opinion. So I don't know where to from here. If you've withdrawn your motion, I don't know what happens now, or your...
Right. Clearly there's no further questions on this, so we will put this motion to defer to a workshop to the vote. All in favour of deferring to a workshop? Hands. Show of hands. I'll do 3. The motion is lost. 3, 4. 5. I can't count.
Can we record those names, please?
Those that were, we're recording the ones that lost, so that voted against. So that will be Councillor Bell, myself, and Councillor Greenway.
Can I suggest that we actually retake it, because I think there were some councillors that actually
were confused.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We will put this to the vote again. So all those who are in favour of supporting that we defer to a workshop with council this matter, please raise their hands. So there are 3. Councillor Greenway, Bell and myself voted for the motion. The rest of the councillors have voted against.
No, you don't. No, because it wasn't foreshadowed, so you move on to the next item.
Yeah. So we go.
With the officer's recommendation, Madam President.
Okay. So you're moving this substantive motion?
Yep, I am.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chitty. Councillor Rayner, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam President. As I alluded to earlier when I asked the Acting CEO regarding compliancy, we as a council get bashed over the head by a certain group of people in this town that says we're not compliant, and I believe we have got to be compliant. We can always do an amendment to the corporate business plan after we've adopted it. As the Acting CEO said, we can amend it and do a review any time we like within a 12-month period. So I believe we could adopt this corporate business plan tonight, and next month we could do a workshop and do a review, and there we are compliant because we've done it before the 30th of June 2020.
Councillor Chitty? All right. Are there any questions, clarifications? No? Right. Councillor Rayner? Okay, Councillor Bell?
This is a weird meeting. So, what we've got is we've had a motion put up by Councillor Pearce that there was too much in this document for her to propose a motion that it get deferred, suggesting that the document, to at least some councillors, isn't well understood. The argument seems to be a time thing. We have to have it done by 30 June. And then we can go and look at it and make changes, which again suggests that we're going to make changes. We're not happy with the document, but we've got 30 June there. So what we're going to do is we're going to adopt a document that we don't know what's in it, or don't even know if that's going to be the final document, and then change it. It seems arse about. Surely cart before horse? Cart before the horse. Cart before the horse. Back to front. Thank you, Councillor Goring. Surely, before you pass something as a motion, as a councillor, you make sure that you're happy with what you're about to pass. Obviously, some councillors here aren't happy to pass it, and that's why they're making suggestions to move it to a workshop so they can do it. And now we seem to be saying, oh, well, 30 June, which is still over a month away, and we have plenty of get-togethers as a council between now and then. We're being asked to vote on a document that council aren't comfortable with just because there's a deadline looming. It just seems bizarre.
Councillor Pearce.
I did say that I found the document and I read the document and I felt it did need changes, but having listened to the Acting CEO saying that we need to look at our strategic community plan first and to put things in place there, and then this runs on from that we can make changes. So that's why I would be happy to look at our strategic community plan first, find out what we need there, and then make amendments to this document that will be needed as a result of reviewing our strategic community plan.
Anybody else would like to speak? Councillor Rayner, put it to the vote? All right. We'll put the officer's recommendation, that council adopt the corporate business plan 2023 as attached. Sorry, I can't read this. 22 as attached to the vote. All in favour? The vote is 5. Sorry. No. Councillor, can we please have a show of hands to support the resolution as read out? Thank you. So we have 1, 2, 3. We have 5 votes for, those against. 3 votes against.
Can we please record
So the
those?
motion has been carried 5-3.
Can we please record those votes, please?
Can I just actually, as Councillor Pearce has said, recording the votes, it would make it a lot easier for the executive assistant if the Shire President called out who voted, you know, in the least
Fine.
affirmative or.
Okay, we will. That's a very good suggestion. We will follow with that procedure. So, with this one, the votes against were myself, Councillor Bell, and Councillor Greenway, and Councillor Ruthin, Rayner, Chitty, Pearce, and Hart supported the motion. Right. The next item of business is 9.2.2, list of payments, April 2020. The officer's recommendation is that council note as being paid payments listed and presented for the month of April 2020 as follows. 1. Trust fund cheques. There were none. 2. Electronic fund transfer payments numbered EFT 28014 to EFT 28159 and municipal fund cheques numbered 12743 to 12753 amounting to $2,468,578.32. Number 3, direct debits numbered IPV 665 to IPV 667 and BPV 4363 to BPV 4395 amounting to $394,430.23 and number 4, super direct debits totalling $39,477.28 and loan direct debits totalling $0 as being paid. Is there a mover for this motion, please? Councillor Chitty has moved the motion. Be accepted. Is there a seconder? Councillor Greenway has moved. Councillor Chitty, is there anything? Would you like to speak to it? Councillor Greenway, nothing. Are there any clarifications or questions that councillors would like to raise? Councillor Ruthin.
Oops. Okay, page 66. EFT 12743 to the Department of Transport, vehicle registration for $79.35. Seems very cheap. What sort of vehicle was that?
I'll have to take it on notice, sorry.
Okay.
I can't see that.
Right. Okay, down the same page, EFT 28022, 3 anodised aluminium plaques for reserve management, $1,688. What are they for, please?
Again, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Right.
Our citizen knows the answer to this one.
My apologies. Please speak.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ruthin, do you have any further questions? Yeah, microphone's off.
Yes, sorry, I just need to find the one that I had marked. Yeah, page 69, towards the top of the page, 28115, Easy Fleet payroll deductions. Is that novated leases, or why have we got payroll deductions to Easy Fleet?
Well, those are staff matters, so I can't go into those details, unfortunately.
Okay. That was all the questions from me, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Pearce.
Yes, at a risk of sounding like a stuck record, EFT 280776 to the Toodyay IGA staff amenities of $306. I would like to thank the acting CEO for providing a detailed list of how funds are spent in terms of transparency and accountability. It lists here, if you have a look at it, administration, milk, newspapers, tea, coffee, sugar, water bottles, catering, training, biscuits and cleaning. And then if you have a look at, it says, I've just taken the library as an example. It says newspaper, milk, cleaning products, coffee, $160. Well, monthly, the newspapers would be $40. This leaves $120 at $30 a week for the $120. So the community expects us to be accountable, and I'm not sure if this is accountable spending. I do not see, and maybe I need to be corrected, that cleaning products are staff amenities, that newspaper is staff amenities. The library has a budget. I don't understand how these things are not taken out of the library budget. Perhaps someone might like to clarify.
Okay, just to clarify, this is payments, so this is the movement of cash. Now, yes, these items are budgeted for in different areas. And then one of the things that we need to understand is that we're just going through the COVID-19 crisis. Yes, a lot of the situation has improved, but with facilities being opened, we need to do more cleaning than previously was required. So the bulk of these costs are actually cleaning products.
So newspapers, the library was closed for that period of time, but we've got newspapers and things like that. I just sort of really want to understand. I do take that point that we had COVID-19. Okay, I do take that point. But I think we need to be very careful what we say is for staff amenities when it's listed as staff amenities. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Has anybody else anything further to add? No? Councillor Toodyay.
Actually, I will, as a right of reply. We have these list of payments in front of us for 5 days or 6 days, I think it is. We've been asked to submit questions so they don't have to be taken on notice beforehand. We've had attended training, financial training, where it actually says that all we're doing here is actually passing the payments that have already been paid. So really, any questions can be asked before or after. And I would suggest that councillors, we're having longer meetings, it seems to be, to put your questions in beforehand so the officers actually can answer them. Far be it for me to say that perhaps asking these questions at a council meeting is a bit grandstandish.
Councillor, that's not acceptable. Now, Councillor Greenway, do you want to speak to this at all? I thought you just said you had the right. You were using it.
I did.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, we will now put this, if there is, we'll now put this to the vote, that the officer's recommendation on page 19 be accepted. All in favour? Hand up? Yeah, thank you. So, sorry, did you? Yes. So that was carried 8-0. Right. We now move to item 9.2.3, monthly financial statements. The officer's recommendation is that Council accept the monthly financial statements, outstanding rates and outstanding sundry debtors information and the bank reconciliations for the period ending 30th of April 2020. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Ruthen. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chitty. Councillor Ruthen, do you want to speak to the motion?
I just have a question for the acting CEO. Am I right in my belief that this is the last time we'll see them presented in this way, given that we've got the new financial database?
Well, there is a couple of changes, but the format that we present at the ordinary council meeting, that's required by legislation, so that will not change. What will change is the budget documents that you get. There is a very long statement that breaks down by general ledger. So because we're getting a brand new system, that chart of accounts will be significantly different. So that's the only one that we can't replicate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chitty? No. Are there any questions or clarifications? No. Ruthen, you don't have the closing comment? No. All right. Can I please put this to the vote? All those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Show of hands, please. That's carried 8-0. We move to executive services. 9.3.1 Delegation Register Review. The officer's recommendation is, when we get to it, that Council 1 notes by absolute majority the summary of amendments made to the delegation register as contained in the officer's report. 2, adopts by absolute majority the instruments of delegation contained in the Executive Services section of the revised delegation register as attached. 3, adopts by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the Corporate Services section of the revised delegation register as attached. 4, endorses by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the Development Services Building section of the delegation register as attached. 5, endorses by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the Works and Technical Services section of the delegation register. 6, adopts by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the community services of the revised delegation register as attached. 7, endorses by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the planning services section of the delegation register. And 8, notes by absolute majority instruments of delegation contained in the external agencies assignment of power of statutory office holders of the delegation register as attached. Councillor Ruthin.
I'd like to move an alternative motion that this be deferred to a workshop and then brought to the June meeting after it's been workshopped by Council.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Ruthin's motion? Councillor Pearce has seconded the motion. The alternate, hang on, where am I? Councillor Ruthin, do you want to speak to that alternative?
Yes, just briefly. This is a very complex document, and as part of, or one of the newly elected councillors who has had nothing to do with this delegations register, I would like to understand it better, and I think that it would be better worked through at a workshop.
Councillor Pearce, do you have anything you wish to say?
No, I can concur with what Councillor Ruthin said.
Councillors, are there any questions or clarifications you'd like to make? Councillor Hart.
Through the presiding member to the Acting Chief Executive Officer, are there any time constraints that Council needs to be aware of in the deferral that has just been suggested?
Well, this is one of the items that need to be reviewed every year, so we need to have something in place by the 30th of June. It's a compliance issue again.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenway.
At the briefing, we discussed this at briefing, and the acting CEO suggested that any changes or any questions be sent directly through to her. I thought that was enough to cover any queries or anyone had with this. Has this not occurred?
It's my understanding that it has occurred, but there may be, clearly from the councillors that have commented, further understanding that they want to have of the document. Any further questions, comments? No. Councillor Ruthin, do you want to have a closing comment?
Yes, if we workshop this within the next few weeks, it will come to the June meeting and it will be compliant.
I'm going to put the alternate motion. Okay. I would like to put that Councillor Ruthin moved a motion as follows, that this matter be deferred to the June 2020 council meeting so that councillors can workshop the delegation register. All those in favour of this motion, can I have a show of hands? There is 4 hands, Councillor Pearce, Councillor Hart, myself and Councillor Ruthin for the motion. Against there is Councillor Rayner, Bell, Chitty and Greenway. And I'm back to that deciding vote, so I will be voting in favour of the motion.
It's an absolute majority. That means it's rejected. The voting's rejected. You need 5.
No, because my just bear with me. Councillor Bell, my understanding, and I've just tried to seek clarification on that, is that the absolute majority refers to passing the financial decisions. We are actually deferring to a workshop. We are not making a decision on the finance, so we don't need an absolute majority.
If that's the case, then, if you need an absolute majority for a financial decision, that means North Street was lost because it was 4-3, and that had a financial decision in it, and therefore that needs an absolute majority as well.
Actually, my understanding is from the motion that it was moved to a draft budget. Was that correct?
It has a financial implication in it, and therefore if your statement is correct, that means the North Street motion was lost because it needs an absolute majority.
I beg to differ, Councillor. My understanding is quite clear. If it moves to a draft budget, you don't need an absolute majority, you need an absolute majority, whereas you're enacting a financial decision, or you're making a change of a decision already enacted within that budget.
But the motion as read, Marie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, actually commits the Shire or the Council to spend $95,000 before the fire season of 2021. Therefore, it's not going to decision, it's actually a financial decision. Therefore, it's absolute majority. Therefore, the vote is not allowed.
Thank you. Can I just confer?
Can I just ask the President if we can have a 10-minute break, please, while you work this out?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that. We will adjourn for 10 minutes.
Busy Saturday, busy Sunday before the trees and things like that.
Drag away a tree that doesn't obscure Sterling Gear Drive.
Okay.
It wasn't very heavy, bro. Shifting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we did all right tree-wise. It was, just people who just lighting the fire ahead of a decaying tropical cyclone is somehow a good idea. And, you know, it's just nuts. I mean, it just shows that laws are designed for the lowest common denominator, aren't they?
And when you look at what's happening in the world, it's about
oh, yeah, it is I mean, and the thing is,
I'm having a good time.
Yeah, it's all about not about how she was running around all weekend. They should have been home with their family. Making very, very poor decisions, and lots of people, not just one or two. But
I guess Lene told of the house.
yes, she did.
I'm hoping to get your advice on a couple of things.
Okay.
Yeah. Seriously, thinking about it, I want to convert to a 12-volt system.
A 12-volt.
Is that what you do at your place?
No, ours is a full-on 240-volt system. So off-grid systems in this day and age don't need to be a caravan cell 12-volt. You can do them such that you can just buy any appliance and plug it in. So,
Anyway, so I'd like to talk to you about that.
yeah.
And I wanted to do, you know, that front driveway.
I must admit,
Very distracting.
I find that eastern sun on it is better out the window. And it's,
So I'm thinking about getting someone that I know.
it is a big area out
But
there.
I still like to have the turning circle.
Make it circular, maybe. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
So I'm sort of
Will,
sketched out an idea in my mind.
will the caravan fit in the shed at the back or not?
It won't fit. I got it under the awning on the side. That's good enough.
Oh, okay.
And that's get.
Is that just the roller door height, or?
The roller door opens too low. I can raise the roller door. There's a lot of
You
mucking
just,
around.
yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's a lot of mucking around, but yeah, I was just
I can
thinking.
get it on the other side, that's all right. And
Yeah.
It's not good, so it's not off the roof. I do think there's a canvas.
You don't want that to be in the sun all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Necessarily. You know, week in, week out.
Yes.
And I was really enjoying having it. Years done, you know, and also I'd like to talk to Renee about lots. Walking a straight line through Collins Block.
Yes.
But your old one,
You got more of
you
that.
can wander.
Yes. Old bushy sort of stuff at the back of the place, which you don't really. Yes. Yes. So. Now we'll
I'm sure having lived there, you would have thought, someone should do something about this, you know.
Yeah.
And you might not come over and have it. I've got 2 beers sitting. I gave up drinking 6 months ago. Beer goes off, so you're going to have to come around and drink it while you do an inspection. And maybe you might get nostalgia.
It certainly served us well in the time that we were there. So it certainly served us well in the time that we were there. Very handy having it.
We used to live here.
Yeah, very handy living across the road when we were building. It was massively handy. Yeah. So,
You faced an eviction.
we very much did. If it had gone to an owner that didn't want to keep on tenants. Yeah. So no,
So it did us both a favour, it did me a big favour.
yeah, that worked out really, really quite well. So.
Collins plan, I don't know whether Renee mentioned this to you. Spend more time.
Yep.
Because at the moment he's got tenants in it. Same everyone. How about you? I'll talk to you about that submission. Are you able to in the queue in place?
Yeah. Okay, you happy with that one? Seemed like everyone was, so at least that one wasn't too contentious. So I don't
Named after
I don't know the history of that, the Avon down.
Through a proxy. I'm not a big spender, but I'm now with you. Excellent. Thank you. The sky's the limit. You did the 10 o'clock one, right? You got to race through the rest of it? You're watching very closely, one. It'd rather be in or out. But come back, tell us. The real. I did a bit of research. Otherwise, I wouldn't put it in the application.
No, there's, from what I'm seeing, it's general. So, yeah.
And you as a geologist read that.
Yeah, no, I read it, I followed it. You know,
I spoke to him before the Herald, he seemed very, very excited about it. Does that have a beneficial impact for you if it goes ahead? Yeah, because you're both in the same sort of corner of that market. But I mean in particular with cobalt.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm in Queensland, so
yeah. The samples to show that it's in fire.
yeah, so
Yeah, but it's a small where is it? Where is it?
next door to the
There used to be a whale meat processing factory. That was the only job experience. This was a place where they mashed up whale meat and turned it into chocolates. And the idea was the career beckons. I find that whole technology very How important is nickel in that?
in that one.
Yeah. What's a nickel?
Yeah, look, so independent. So tell us. So potentially up to 800, 326, so it's getting on the pricey side. Independence probably right. So, independence and Tropicana mine.
I understand how well that works.
And if you're
I want to see my shares go up, mate. Quite seems to be good. Dollar would be fantastic.
now you sound like my father-in-law.
There's
Okay. Thank you, councillors, for your patience and community. We are resuming the meeting at 6:58. This has been an interesting discussion. It appears from 6.8 of the Local Government Act, expenditure from municipal fund not included in annual budget. 1. A local government is not to incur expenditure from its municipal fund for an additional purpose except where the expenditure A is incurred in a financial year before the adoption of the annual budget by the local government. B is authorised in advance by resolution, and that has an asterisk that refers to absolute majority required. And C is authorised in advance by the Mayor or President in an emergency. From this, there is it appears that we needed an absolute majority. So from council, we're putting to council whether they would like to rescind this motion as it stands and get further information.
So just to clarify, that is the North Street
Oh, I must clarify to, the community who's watching, we're referring to the North Street item.
Yes, Councillor, you've declared an interest. Do you need to exclude yourself from?
I'm about to. I'm just putting this forward, and it's now time for you to deal with this. Thank you.
A decision's been made on this. The only way that you can go back on this is to call a special meeting. You can't just throw in a motion that's not on the agenda. The agenda has to be prepared within 5 days before, blah, blah, blah. That's the Act. The only way you can do it is to bring it on at the very end of new business. This is not new business. It's already in the amendment. It needs a special meeting. There is no way the standing orders allows this to be debated at the moment.
I'll second that.
Sorry, was that a motion?
No, it's trying to make sure that we adhere to standing orders. Standing orders doesn't permit us to revisit this at this meeting at all. There is no, can we try to fix this mistake?
Would you like to move a motion that we...
I can't move a motion. I can only move motions that's in the agenda. If I was to move a motion, it has to be related to the next thing on the agenda. There is nothing that allows me to move a motion on something that's not related to the next thing on the motion.
Okay, maybe we should move on to the next item on the agenda then.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Just for the benefit of those who are watching on Facebook and for those present, it appears that in the item of North Street, which was 9.1.1, the amended recommendation, which included point 4, the vote was 4-3. However, we've now discovered that it needed to be an absolute majority, which means that there would have been needed 5 votes in favour of the motion, any motion, whether it was to open or to close. So, what do we do now? The motion was lost. So that means it's not going to happen. So this is going to drag on and on and on.
Was the council made a decision and we move on? That's what's happened.
So it's lost. There is no decision. Is that right?
Sorry, can the executive officer put lost to for the reasons that wasn't an absolute majority, so that people understand when they read it? Even though it was 4-3, wasn't an absolute majority, so yeah.
The outcome for Councillor Madachi is that there was no, the item was lost, so there was no decision made for the want of an absolute majority.
Thank you. Right. We have finished all of this. Right, we're now moving on to item 9.3.2. I'll just check the time. We just naming of the sport and recreation precinct and aquatic facility. The officer's recommendation is that council discuss and propose naming as follows. 2, authorise the acting CEO to undertake community consultation via an online survey with a short list of the above names as determined by council or alternative proposed names to be by council or alternative proposed names to be presented to the July 2020 OCM. Now, there is a selection of names that have been put, and at this stage, the names that were put were for the whole project: Toodyay Recreation Centre, Toodyay Sport and Recreation Complex, Toodyay Sport and Recreation Centre, Toodyay Recreation Hub, Toodyay Recreation and Leisure Centre. That's for the whole project. There is options to look at shared community building with a commercial kitchen, but that's not actually part of our recommendation at the moment, is it? We're just looking at the whole complex according. So we will just stay with the whole project suggestions that have been put forward. So those recommendations, those 5 that I've read out, those 5 choices that I read out will be put out for advertising for the community within that resolution. So is there a mover for the officer's recommendation?
I'll move, but I do have a question, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Chitty. Councillor Chitty's moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rayner.
So, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, go.
So is this going to be on a sign somewhere?
Yes, that's correct. It
So-
will be on the sign.
Okay, so it'll be on a sign. So is it envisaged that there will also be a sign on the shared community building with a commercial kitchen and a sign on the swimming pool? So that is that the case?
There is a number of ways that you can name this, so it's really open to council. There's a few names that have been proposed for buildings, but if council feels that it should just be one name for the entire centre and building A, B and such, then it's entirely up to yourselves as to what names should be given to this precinct.
Okay. So does it... I'm just trying to think if it makes sense to name the whole project and then later on name, do we have to go out for community consultation again to name the aquatic centre? Well, I'm asking, I don't know. I'm not understanding really what we've been asked to do here, except for name the whole project. And is that going to be a sign down the bottom of the road, on the building? Where is that? Where will that sign be?
Councillor Chitty, from what I can read of the recommendation, the scope is only for naming of the whole complex at this point. I think that if we start looking at different pavilions at a later date, that would be another conversation. Councillor Greenway.
Could management possibly bring us some examples of other other areas. So, they might have A, B and C, I don't know, something as simple as that. Because otherwise we're going to have sign overload, aren't we?
Well, there's a number of options available to you. It depends on how complex you want to go. If you just need a name for the entire centre, that would be the recommended option, for you to just have a name for the entire centre, rather than splitting it into different names for different buildings. Because even with mapping, with our directories, it helps if people know it by one name rather than looking for different names when it's actually just one facility. So our recommendation would be, let's start with a name for the whole project. There was options thrown up, but that's for council to decide. I would be recommending that we just look at a name for the entire precinct.
One moment. Councillor Greenway.
I think our community centre has been an example of a little bit of a hiccup with signs, because we've got Silver Chain there, we've got all these different shared, and we used to refer people to the community centre, Toodyay Community Centre, which didn't work because they'd go down to the CRC or whatever. So signage, even though it might seem trivial, is really important as to how we direct people to it.
Councillor Ruthin.
Okay, just moving away from the name, I have a bit of an issue with point 2, where it says that we should undertake community consultation via an online survey. You're going to not capture a number of people if it's just done online.
Just wondering, have we suspended standing orders? Because there doesn't seem to be questions and debate going on. It just seems to be stuff.
That seemed to be a question
that
have been put so far.
Yeah. Is there an opportunity to do any other form of survey other than just online, is my question.
Yes, we can do paper surveys, so there's a lot of options. Online is the quickest way to get responses. However, if council feels that we would reach more by having various platforms, we can definitely do that.
It is questions and clarifications.
Yep. So just a question, what would a paper survey cost council?
Well, it would require advertising, so that's about $200, and just the paper itself, the staff time. So, yeah, it really depends. And also compiling the results after, because if it's hard copies, it's more work to actually compile results. If you have an online tool, it does the calculation for you automatically. So.
Are there any further questions or clarifications? Councillor Hart.
I look at what we've got there, and basically all these are based in English. It's Toodyay Recreation Centre, etc. What are the options of including a Noongar name in there somewhere?
It is open. We just need to get some names put forward, some Noongar names. So, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Toodyay, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I do. To keep it simple, I would think we just name the whole project and we don't have too many signs everywhere. I think simple is probably always best, in my opinion. I have no problem with any of those names. Perhaps Toodyay Recreation Centre is a bit boring. Toodyay Recreation, Sporting and Aquatic Centre would cover everything. So, beg your pardon? Sorry? I'm getting something from the back and I'm not understanding what it is. So Toodyay Recreation, Sporting and Aquatic Centre, if I could have that replaced instead of Toodyay Recreation Centre, and put all of those out to public consultation and via online survey and see what we come up with.
Councillor Greenway, do you want to speak to...
I'll make sure that we include reference as Councillor Hart has mentioned. That would be good too. But apart from that, no. Some Noongar land name or something in there. I think if we make it clear that we want it open totally to see what we get come back. 'Cause there's lots of stories. There's lots happening. So yeah. Apart from that, I'm good.
Councillor Rayner, before you, is this a clarification? No, it's not.
I'm going to ask a question whether it's a foreshadowed amendment on the lines of Councillor Chitty's recommendation. So I don't know whether it's a foreshadowed amendment or whether we are open for anything that goes. What Councillor Chitty was more or less alluding to, I believe, Toodyay Sport, Recreation and Aquatic Complex would go be about the rest.
All right. Does anyone want to speak against the motion at all that is on the table?
I'm not sure what the motion is, to be honest. We seem to be adding more names on. The officer has given us a recommendation, and I don't know what the... Marie, if you could put it into a... then I could see what I'm voting on.
In actual fact. In actual fact, the motion should be standing as it is, and if somebody wants to move a amendment to that motion, then they do so. But at the moment, the motion stands as it is.
Yep.
This conversation and questions are not relevant.
No, but the motion stands as it is. It's got ... and no names.
Absolutely. I agree, but the names that were put were there in the agenda. So if you want to, and they are to be considered as part of the substantive motion, if we are putting into the substantive motion the whole of names that are proposed, discussed and proposed. So if we're going to want to add further, that really should be an amendment to what stands.
But there's nothing in the officer's recommendation. There's no names. So
I'll defer to...
Well, this item was written like this. It's not the traditional way because we want to come to you for names options. So you can put in as many options as you wish, pretty much without an amendment.
All right, so we're moving that way. It's a novel approach, but if there is anybody else that wishes to add to this selection that we'll be putting out, please say. And once we have this down as a substantive motion, we'll then take the next step and look at people who oppose. Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Would like a point of clarification with Councillor Chitty. She's got the Toodyay Recreation, Sporting and Aquatic Centre. Might it be better to have Toodyay Recreation, Sport and Aquatic Centre? Would that be better?
Withdraw sporting, yeah.
Councillors, does anybody else have anything they want to add? Or do you want a few minutes to consider this?
Sorry. Just looking up there, there's a lot of choices. I'm thinking about 1, 2, 3. Would it be better, I don't know if I'm doing this correctly, to remove Toodyay Sport and Recreation Complex because we have Toodyay Sport and Recreation Centre? We're giving a lot of choices here.
If this is a motion, I'm quite happy for you to, if I'm the mover of the motion, and this is part of the motion, I'm quite happy to have that out of the motion.
Thank you.
And as well as the Toodyay Recreation Hub.
Okay. So we're removing 2J Sport and Recreation Complex. Is that my understanding, Councillor? Thank you. That's been seconded by Councillor Rayner.
And also the 2J Recreation Hub, to remove that one also.
And remove 2J Recreation Hub. You're still in agreement with that, Councillor? Right. Now, where we stand now with the proposed names that are being put forward, are there any further suggestions by anybody? Is 2J Recreation Sport and Aquatic Centre, 2J Recreation Centre, 2J Sport and Recreation Complex, 2J Sport and
We were actually, sorry, we were going to take that one out. Sorry,
yes,
Mr. President.
2J Sport and Recreation Complex needed to be removed. So, okay, so I'll now repeat that. We now have 2J Recreation Sport and Aquatic Centre, 2J Recreation Centre, 2J Sport and Recreation Centre, 2J Sport, Recreation and... we've got that. Oh no, just back to front. Recreation and Aquatics Complex, 2J Recreation and Leisure Centre, and Noongar names that are maybe suggested by the public. Right.
Just got a question. If the public come up with Noongar names, do we need to have a definition or a translation so that we know what they are?
Okay. Councillors, are you happy for that, those selections to be added to the substantive motion? Or I should say become part of the substantive motion. Councillor Pearce? Okay. Is there any objections to the selection that's been put or to the substantive motion as it stands?
Is this the vote?
No. Right. Councillor Chitty?
I agree with Councillor Pearce. Just let's put it to the vote.
Very well. Okay, we're now putting to the vote. Can we just scan down, please, Maria, so that I have the motion before me? Beg your pardon?
Madam President, you had a mover, Chitty, seconder, Rayner, for the actual substantive motion. Now you've got mover as Pearce, seconder as...
No, I haven't put that. No. No. Right, but we just get right. The officer's recommendation... Oh, sorry. Yep, thank you. When you're ready, Maria, just let me know, please. Right. The officer's recommendation, as moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Rayner, that Council discuss and propose naming as follows: the 2J Recreation Sport and Aquatic Centre, the 2J Recreation Centre, 2J Sport and Recreation Centre, 2J Sport, Recreation and Aquatic Complex, 2J Recreation and Leisure Centre, Noongar names including their translation suggested by the public is point 1, and 2, authorise the acting CEO to undertake community consultation via an online survey with a short list of the above names as determined by council or alternative proposed names to be presented to the July 2020 OCM. Is everybody in agreement that that is how the substantive motion reads? Right. Then Councillor Chitty, you right?
I'm just a little bit thinking that you've got Noongar names included there, translations suggested by public, saying that, to me that reads like that's the only thing public can suggest.
Or maybe just...
And I know down here it's as determined by council or alternative proposed names. So something in there after alternative proposed names to make it sound like it's proposed from the community. So it's...
Councillor, would you accept that being Noongar names including their translation?
Yeah, or propose. I suggest actually, or alternative proposed names. Yeah. Yeah, just take out. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It means the same. Yeah.
So you're happy with
Yes,
the
I'm
substantive?
happy.
Right. Councillor Rayner, you're happy with that? All right, then we'll now put this this recommendation to the vote. All in favour of the officer's recommendation? No. The officer's recommendation has been carried. 7-1. Councillor Bell has not voted in favour of the officer's recommendation. Right, we're now moving to Works and Technical Services, 9.4, which has nothing put, so it's 9.5, Committee Reports. 9.51, the BFAC recommendation, a membership addition.
I have clarification. I am chairperson of the BFAC. Do I have to declare an interest in this item? And I'm an FCO as well.
You should be.
Impartiality. Can I declare an impartiality?
Yes.
Brian, can you get me one too, please? Can't hear. Can you get me one?
Have you got one there? Impartiality.
We'll get one for you. That's been. No, we've run out. I'll just. No, it's a rescue helicopter.
Yes, where is it?
Yep. Madam President, I'll declare disclosure of interest in this item 951, BFAC recommendation for membership addition. I, Brian Rayner, do wish to declare an interest in the following item considered by Council at the meeting on the 26th of May 2020, agenda item 951, BFAC recommendation membership addition. It's an impartiality pursuant under Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulation 2007. My nature of the interest is I am chairperson of the BFAC committee and also an FCO for the Shire of Toodyay for the Julimar area, and I will vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. We'll move to, we're getting tight on time, so we are now going to move to the officer's recommendation, which is the Bushfire Committee recommendation that Council consider the RMO, Greg Warburton, to be given full BFAC membership status, and a second officer's recommendation that Council appoint the Reserves Management Officer position as a member of the Bushfire Advisory Committee. So the Bushfire Advisory Committee recommendation is that the officer's recommendation is that Council should support that Council appoint the Reserve Management Officer position as a member of the Bushfire Advisory Committee. Now, Councillor Rayner, you've declared impartiality interest. Does somebody wish to move the officer's recommendation, please? One moment. Councillor Greenway, have we got a seconder? Yeah. Councillor Toodyay. Councillor Greenway.
So we've got a Bushfire Advisory Committee recommendation, and then
it's only the officer's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to confirm.
That was just for the community who are listening who don't have the agenda in front of them.
That's good. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Greenway, did you want to speak at all to this motion? No. Councillor Toodyay, do you want to speak to this motion?
Not at this time, no.
Are there any questions or clarifications? Are there any objections to the motion? Councillor Pearce.
Yes, I just have a concern. I see a potential conflict, a compromised position. You have a Shire employee who provides advice and then can vote on his advice. The manager of planning indicated that the reserves manager was not a member because this is the first time the Shire has received grant for fire mitigation. I can see that it's beneficial to have the reserve officer manager providing advice and liaising, which he is doing now. So I'm not really that convinced that he also needs to be a member of the committee when he's already providing advice and liaising with that committee.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak for or against?
The Reserves Manager Officer only provides advice at the BFAC meetings, and it is a BFAC recommendation that that puts to Council, not just the Reserves Management Officer. So, and he's only one of about 12 people that will vote. So, I believe he's only getting a voting right. That's all it is. That the information he provides already is, as a Reserves Management Officer, is taken into consideration by the BFAC committee, and they will vote and then send a recommendation to Council.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak for or against?
I have a question.
A question, Councillor Ruthen.
Right. This committee is formed under the Bushfires Act. I'm looking at the legal and statutory implications here, and it talks about types of committees and appointment of people to committing and voting. Is there anything in the Bushfires Act which says or how the committee is meant to be comprised, what the membership is supposed to be?
Sorry. I'm deferring to the SESM officer, Rob Kosh.
Without the Bushfires Act sitting in front of me, I can't answer that one exclusively at the moment, but I believe it still forms under the Local Government Act, which then is the relevant act that provides the detail of membership, etc.
Thank you.
Any further queries or questions? No. Councillor Greenway, would you like to have the closing remark? Okay. Okay. I'm putting the officer's recommendation that council appoint the Reserves Management Officer position as a member of the Bushfire Advisory Committee to the vote. All in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Rayner, Councillor Bell, Councillor Chitty, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Hart. Those against are Councillor Ruthen, Councillor Madachi and Councillor Pearce. The motion has been carried. It's just difficult. Notices of motion. Motions of which previous notice has been given. 10.1 was Councillor Bell, notice of motion. Referral of planning and or development related applications in respect to the 2J Roman Catholic Church precinct. Am I correct, Councillor, that you've now withdrawn that motion? Councillor Bell confirms he's withdrawn that notice of motion. The second notice of motion, 10.2, Councillor Greenway, was to notify Council on a regular basis of any changes or advice in respect of the Roman Catholic Church group of buildings. The councillor's notice of motion I've read. Councillor Greenway, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think it's all been said. We've all received emails. We all know what's happening down there. It's basically just ensuring that everyone's in the picture, and where we can share information we do, and we keep the community down there up to date as well as our own community. Moving forward, and that I believe has been happening recently, better consultation and what have you. So that's basically what it's all about.
Right. Is there a seconder for Councillor Greenway's motion? Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell, do you want to speak to this? No. Are there any queries or questions or clarifications? Could I have one through the chair? Yes, certainly.
Councillor Greenway, just to clarify that when you talk about staff in your recommendation, you're actually referring to the CEO, because that's the only authorised representative who should be dealing with council or updating council on a regular basis. Is that correct?
Is correct, because that is the process. You are correct, yes. So we need to change a word. We need to change a word there.
Yes.
I was going to
The
recommend.
CEO notify council regularly of any changes or advice in respect of the Roman Catholic Church group of buildings.
Councillor, Councillor Greenway has amended the motion to read that the CEO notify council regularly of any changes or advice in respect of the Roman Catholic Church group of buildings. Are there any questions or clarifications? No. Is there anybody who objects to the motion?
Sorry,
No.
I've just got, sorry.
Councillor Ruthen, please.
Yeah, clarification. It seems to me that this motion is suggesting that it's not happening. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that suggestion came to all of us as councillors from the Catholic Church group. And I believe from what I read from them previously in the original discussions, this was going to be a cycle that happened, and somewhere over time it's got lost. So it's just initiating again what was originally agreed on, and that's keeping them in the loop and up to date, and keeping council in the loop and up to date as to what's happening.
Okay. Did that need to be done in a motion?
I think so. I think I do. I do, yes.
If there are no further questions, clarifications, and nobody wants to speak for or against the motion, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Greenway's motion? That's carried 8-0. I believe we've not received any notices of motion given at the meeting for consideration at the next meeting. There are no questions of members of which notice has been given. Therefore, we move to 13. There is new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of meeting. No. So we have the last item on the agenda. No, is there? Sorry. No, they're not here. Thank you. My apologies. The new business of an urgent nature introduced by decisions of the meeting, 13.1.1, Councillor Bell on the Roman Catholic Church precinct. Councillor Bell advised of new business of an urgent nature regarding the Roman Catholic precinct that he wished to introduce at this meeting, and he has moved a motion as follows: that Council considers item 13.1.1, Roman Catholic Church precinct, as new business of an urgent nature. Councillor Bell, do you wish to speak to your...
I need your vote. I need your vote first to say it's urgent before we discuss the motion.
Exactly.
Sorry, point of clarification. Was that just through your email? We don't have a hard copy. Is that correct?
It's with Maria. It's actually up on the screen, but I can't actually talk to the motion yet. I can only talk to the urgency of it, and then I have to talk to the motion after that. It's just the formality. I can't talk to the motion yet.
No.
Okay, so I'll talk to the urgency of it all. Ostensibly, it flows from what you've heard from the submissions today about moving delegation back to council from the administration through the delegation process. The reason why it's urgent is because development applications are in or pending. So if I put it forward to next month's meeting, there's a risk that applications or development may occur in the next 4 weeks. So that's the reason for the urgency.
Well, everybody... We need to know. That's right. Okay. So basically, first we need to, as a council, decide whether this is urgent business or not. That needs to be a resolution. So I put it to council. Councillor Bell has moved that it is urgent business. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Pearce has seconded. Councillor Pearce, do you want to speak to this?
No.
Are there any questions or clarifications? Oh, there's no questions or clarifications. It's whether it's urgent business. So I will now put it to the vote. Though, council, I ask Those in supporting that this is new business of an urgent nature, can I have a show of hands, please? So you're not. So the matter has been carried. The motion has been carried 7-1. Councillor Rayner has not supported the motion. Now we'll move to the actual motion. Councillor Bell. Thank you, Mary. If we could just...
The motion, as up on the screen here, that council revoke any and all delegated authority related to the planning and development of the precinct.
Right. Is there a seconder for Councillor Bell's motion? Councillor Pearce. Yes, most certainly, Councillor.
So the delegation process is such that... You're right.
Beg your pardon?
So the presiding member is to ask the CEO to give, and the CEO is to give a verbal report to the meeting.
Of course, you're quite correct. Very remiss of me, first time I've had to do this one. I actually require under Standing Order 4.53 and 4 that I need to defer to the CEO for a verbal report, as this matter hasn't had a written report to Council.
Well, because this item came in very, very late, we haven't had a chance to consider it. So can I just refer back to Councillor Bell to just give some more clarification, if I can reserve my right to give the verbal report, if that's all right?
Sure. Just to help you out with the verbal report, this motion was actually submitted to the council agenda briefing. So it's the briefing that was in the agenda briefing. So all the CEO report related to this is actually documented in the agenda briefing document, which you would have got last Tuesday. So it's ostensibly, it's identical to what you've got already.
So just to clarify, Councillor Bell, if I could, in the agenda briefing, what's the item number for that?
10-1. The agenda briefing, the motion... Sorry?
Maria's just saying that it wasn't actually read, because when a notice of motion is, you need to be there to actually read it as the owner of the notice of motion. So because you were not available at the time, it wasn't read. But just to clarify, is it the same as the item 10.1, which you've just withdrawn today?
No.
Okay.
So I'll speak to it, and then we'll go from there. All this is it's a delegation that the ownership for this planning and approval actually resides with council. It doesn't reside with the administration. And as part of the delegation process, as you know, the council can decide what parts and what to give over to the administration to reduce the burden on council and to make the administration run a bit more smoothly. So all this is doing is taking back some of the delegation which we've previously given to the administration. It doesn't seek to give the council any additional powers or any additional authority. It's just bringing back the authority that naturally resides with council back to council. And it only has to do with the Catholic precinct. And it's ostensibly saying that any planning approvals or development approvals of that precinct going forward needs to come to council for council's consideration. So it's ostensibly just making council accountable for what happens over in the precinct, and that's all it is. So that as a council we get a say of whether we accept or not accept which is ostensibly the gateway into Toodyay from that side of town, how that's developed going forward. And that's all it is. It's just, the motion is, do you want council to be accountable and involved in the development, or do you want to leave it up to the administration? And my feeling is that it should come to council.
I think there was a period of consultation with Councillor Bell with regards to this item when it first came up. So the Manager Planning and Development was concerned that this delegation had been an authority from the council, and we have questions as to whether your recommendation is in a fit state for us to implement it, because it's a decision that was made by council and it has been implemented in part. So there is a couple of, I'll just let the Manager Planning and Development just add to that, if that's all right.
I don't, have much to add to that, but the word, revoke, is problematic, simply, because Council has already adopted the delegation register, and therefore it has been implemented, and its implementation is ongoing. And I think in terms of the local government regulations, that may, be problematic. I think, how it's currently worded, it's not possible to action it in the context of the local government regulations. So council, can amend delegations. They can, do, other things, as well. But I'm not sure that the word revoke in that particular context is something that can be actioned.
Could I ask a question to Councillor Bell? Could I just clarify, is the intention that all decision-making around the Catholic precinct be brought back to council for decision? Is that the objective?
Planning and development.
Would it be fair to assume that what you would like is an amendment rather than an entire revocation? Because delegated authority, it's not the entire act that you revoke or you delegate, it's actual provisions. So the act, you have to specify exactly what you mean needs to be, what delegated authority needs to be revoked.
Technically we don't, because I can't revoke delegations that we don't have. So if there's parts of the Planning Act that doesn't fall under council's ability to delegate, it therefore doesn't fall under our ability to revoke. So I can only revoke those parts of the Act that council can delegate. So whatever parts of the Act doesn't reside with council, the parts of the Act that council can't delegate, then they naturally always reside with the Shire. And to say that we can't revoke a delegation is just false. Because if you looked at item 9.3.1 tonight, that was all about changing our delegation. So I don't understand how earlier in the night we looked at changing the delegation of everything, of the entire Shire, from executives, corporate, development. This is no different from that. So just because council's made a decision doesn't mean that council cannot at some stage change that delegation, because we were about to do it tonight in regards to 9.3. All I'm saying is those parts that we do delegate come back.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding, because once council revokes, then it's applicable to everything to do with planning, not just the precinct, the Catholic precinct. It will be all the delegated authority in planning. So if there was a specific amendment...
But look at the motion. Look at the motion is very specific. I don't know what it is about not reading motions in this place. Look at the motion. right? The council revoke all planning development of that precinct. It's only specific to that precinct. It doesn't revoke planning and authority across the whole Shire, just that one patch of dirt.
Are we setting a precedent for a blooming subdivision that's going to come up somewhere and we're going to get the same sort of scenario come back to us and we revoke it for that area there? Is that what we're going to start doing if we do something like this?
But it's our delegation. It's our...
Excuse me, standing orders, please. Can we just let our acting CEO...
Well, I understand the intention of this, but the thing is, as council, you haven't delegated authority over the Catholic precinct. What you've delegated is actually planning provisions. So if there's anything to revoke, it's planning provisions, and the impact is across all planning provisions. That's what I mean. If what you want to address is the precinct, the Catholic precinct, an alternative could be just an amendment or just put forward a motion that anything to do with that particular item comes to council rather than revoking. I'm just looking at whether we can actually implement your recommendation.
To be honest, I did submit to Maria an amendment to 9.3.1 about the amendments to actually peel this part out of that. But given that council decided not to adopt 9.3.1, I couldn't debate this part of my amendment, and so therefore it was my intention to actually hive this part out of 9.3.1 and then change this. But I had to change this motion because council decided in their wisdom to push 9.3.1 to a workshop.
So
Councillor Toodyay.
Yeah, just a question, because I'm not understanding how can we revoke something that we don't have? Is that right? Is that we basically don't have a delegated authority over the Catholic precinct, so we can't revoke something that we don't have?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You will have to revoke the delegations over planning items entirely, all those provisions over planning, and it will extend across all planning items. That's what it means.
Councillor Pearce.
I seconded the motion because I wanted debate on it, and my understanding is that we do not have specific planning delegation over the Catholic Church precinct. So I wanted this to be debated to show that we don't have that specific planning, that if we're going to revoke anything, we're going to revoke all the delegations to do with planning and development. That is my understanding.
Excuse me, it's question or clarification at this point.
So I suppose my question is, do we have planning authority or delegation specifically over the Catholic Church precinct?
No, we don't have any specific delegation as such.
May I please provide some clarification if I could?
Please do so. We're just referring to the Manager of Planning and Development.
Our planning delegations is of a general nature. So any delegation to do with the Catholic precinct is essentially embedded in the delegations, and there are quite a number of them. So PD3, Development Application Delegations, would be the main one. However, there's also a list, of other delegations. PD5, Appointment of Authorised Persons. PD7. This is an odd one, but it's got this, for new buildings in the Central Toodyay Heritage Area. I'm looking at PD9, recommendations to the WAPC regarding applications for subdivision or amalgamation. I guess, the point I'm trying to make here is that, there is no specific delegation in regards to the Catholic Church precinct. It is embedded throughout the planning delegations, and if we were to revoke them, which parts do we revoke? And I guess, that's where the problem lies. I would love, to help Councillor Bell, and I guess, that's why I first approached him to, get the wording to a state where council can actually action it. But as an officer, I don't know, perhaps, we need another legal opinion to ascertain, whether this would be, if council adopts this resolution, whether that would be a valid resolution of council.
Excuse me, Council. We have now moved to 4 hours under 4.7. We will need to move a motion to extend this meeting a further hour. Councillor Rayner, are you proposing? Is there a seconder? Oh, sorry, 2 hands went up. Councillor Chitty, is everybody in agreement? Right, we will now, there was a unanimous, so we now move to extend this meeting by 1 hour further. Councillor Greenway.
Was Councillor Bell? Yep.
Yes, certainly.
So the reasoning for this is so that information comes back to council and we have input as far as any planning or anything happens at the Catholic precinct. Is that your reasoning for it? So we've just agreed that through the CEO, anything that is occurring there will come back to council. Is that not enough? I mean, that's having faith in our staff and our management that it will come back. We're leaving the, I won't debate, no, but we're leaving the job to the people who have the skills. We don't have those skills.
Yeah, your motion is retrospective though, which just says, and whilst I support it, it says that the council get regular updates with respect to it. So that means that decisions could be made, actions taken, buildings knocked down, and then we tell you afterwards, hey, we knocked down that building a month later. So your motion doesn't provide for council to find out in advance of any actions that's happening or to have a say of any actions that's happening. It just says every month tell us what's happening. And that means that over a 4-week period, things could have changed that council would have liked him to be involved in, and you're just getting a full information, this is what's happened.
We are currently, I just disagree with that a little bit because I believe that through the process that we have set in place, we will get updates as we have been recently. I don't think it will just be on a monthly basis. I'm assuming that will come in as things are occurring, so we would get advised, not just once a month.
Look, I'm happy to put this to a vote and move on.
I've just got a question.
Councillor Pearce.
Is it possible for Councillor Bell to reword or amend his motion to the, I'm not sure if he can, I don't know, I'm just asking.
Not as part of this process, but any councillor at any stage can put one in for next month.
Certainly, Councillor Rayner.
Just before it goes to the vote, Madam President, through you to the Manager Planning, this is a heritage buildings down there at the precinct, and I believe we'd have to get heritage approval before anything could be knocked down or renovated or anything like that, and that would also automatically come back to council, so I can't see the reason for revoking it.
If there are no further questions or clarifications, there's nobody who wants to speak for or against the motion.
Is that true? Sorry, but is that true what Councillor Rayner said?
Yeah.
What was the question? That was a statement. I don't know what the question was.
Excuse me. Would I excuse me, allow a little laxity on this matter because I know it is of real importance to the community. I will defer to actually.
Could Councillor Rayner just repeat, because the manager plan.
Councillor Rayner, would you please repeat that and allow the manager for works, for planning and development to respond?
Madam President, I believe this is been nominated or has been registered as a heritage building and a heritage precinct, and I was of the belief that they would have to get approval from the Heritage Council before you could knock anything down.
Councillor Rayner is correct. We will definitely approach the Heritage Office, and the Shire should have serious regard for the Heritage Office's advice to us. I believe we have already received the Heritage Office advice in relation to the demolition application. It is currently out for public advertising. Now, our current delegations determine that if we receive a submission that constitutes an objection and we are unable to resolve that objection, then that item is to be referred to full council for a decision. So I think should we receive an objection, this matter will 100% be returned to council for a decision.
Does that answer your question?
I just have one last question for clarification.
Yes, Councillor.
My last question for clarification is, the way this motion has put, can we as a council revoke a decision that we don't have, can we revoke a delegation that we specifically do not have in writing for planning and development of the Catholic Church precinct?
I think we're just going around in circles. If you're just going to put it to a vote and move on.
My understanding from the conversation is that's correct. So let's put this motion to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Bell's resolution that Council immediately revoke any and all delegated authority related to planning and or development of the Roman Catholic Church precinct. All those in favour, can I have a show of hands? Okay, there was the Councillor Bell has voted in the affirmative. All those against the motion? There are 7 against the motion, being the remainder of the councillors present. Right. The motion clearly has been lost. We had another one, didn't we? So we've got 13.2.1, the acting Chief Executive Officer requested for Council to consider item 13.2.1, appointment of the community member to participate in the Environmental Advisory Committee of Council as a matter of urgent business. So I will defer to our acting Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Luangala, please.
Thank you. So the item that's being put forward for Council to consider, if it's an urgent item, if it's urgent nature, is the appointment of a community member to participate in the Environmental Advisory Committee of Council. So the matter is urgent because there's an upcoming meeting for the committee on the 2nd of June. So they would like this Council to consider adding this member, this community member to the committee, so that's why it's urgent.
So, Councillor Bell, second that. Moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chitty has seconded. Councillor Bell, do you want to speak to that motion?
No, I reckon it's urgent given the time. Why not?
Well, we need to put this to vote, whether council considers this a urgent matter of business. All in favour of this being a matter of urgent business? Sorry, hands, they all go before I can count. Okay, we have, 7-1, Councillor Rayner did not have a show of hands. The motion has been carried 7-1. Now, the matter of urgent business has been carried 7-1. We will now go to the substantive motion. So the substantive motion is, flicking around, the officer's recommendation that council appoints Georgina Troop to participate as a member of the Environmental Advisory Committee until September 2021. Is somebody going to move that? That's Councillor Chitty has moved that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Greenway. Right, Councillor Chitty, would you like to speak to that motion?
I will. I'm not a member of the Environmental Committee, but I do know Georgie Troop, and as you can see with her qualifications here, I think she would be an invaluable member, as well as being part of the Farmers Alliance, which is needs to be represented on the Environmental Committee. So I think we should accept this officer's recommendation.
Councillor Greenway, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I concur completely with what's just been said.
Yeah, not a problem. Any clarifications or questions that councillors would like to raise? No. Is there, councillors, does anybody wish to speak against the motion? No. If there's no further questions, clarification, Councillor Rayner, please.
Yeah, Madam President, the reason I voted against urgent business is not because the person's not qualified or anything like that. The person could go along as an advisor to any one of these committee meetings and then come to an ordinary council meeting without being an urgent business. But the person is truly qualified to be on the committee, but being urgent business, I just fail to see why it's such urgent that they can't wait till the next one.
Any further comments? No. Right. I'm going to put the substantive motion to the vote. And where has it disappeared? That council appoints Georgina Troop to participate as a member of the Environmental Advisory Committee until September 2021. All in favour? That has been the motion's been carried 8-0. We have a final point of business at the moment, which is item 14, confidential business. So I will be closing the meeting at this point.
I have a declaration of interest too, so.
They're in that bitter cold. So all right. So Rainer moved, we come behind closed doors, and Councillor Bell supported that. And I assume that everybody supported that because nobody put their hands up. Not quite, we're just bringing them back in and then I'll call at the end of the meeting. Read the resolution. God. All right. I don't know.
Just you, Coach. Come in, Mark. We're finished. Almost.
Okay. All right. Is he coming back in? All right. Mr. Ruthen, I will read the officer's recommendation that Council 1 agree to waiver the obligations set out in clause 7.3b and c of the MOU until 30th of June 2022, isn't it supposed to be? Continuation of the waiver beyond that time will be subject to a further council resolution and will consider Butterley Cottage's ongoing compliance with other elements of the MOU, and to authorise the CEO to liaise with the Butterley Cottages Association in committee on a regular basis to work towards compliance of the commitments made by both parties to the MOU. That motion was carried 8-0. I now am going to...
just before you close the meeting, we had nearly a half an hour break, so at 8 o'clock you said the meeting had been running for 4 hours.
Yeah.
How does that equate in our minutes to show that we had a break of half an hour when we weren't counting a meeting? It says that this meeting has run for 4.5 hours when in effect it's run for 4 hours.
No, it should be recorded when we took the break and when we resumed in the minutes, yeah. So the next meetings of 15 are the Environmental Advisory Committee, 2nd of June, the Audit Committee, 4th of June, AROC President's Meeting, 15th of June, Agenda Briefing on the 16th of June, and a Council meeting on the 23rd of June. So I now close this meeting at 8:31. So it's